Oh, we're on.
Hi, namaste everyone, and good evening from India, and good morning to Nick and people in USA, and good morning to everyone around the world. We have Nick Palveda joining us from Raleigh, in North Carolina, and I am Ankit joining you from Delhi, India, and we have a special guest joining Kimberly Calhoun. She's one of our senior producers and co.
Hi, everybody. It's one of those mornings. Good evening, Ankit. Hi.
Hi, Kim. Did you notice yesterday? Who was it that Dr. Schneider goes? We're getting into a tussle here. I see a little animosity.
Nobody really knows us doing
I
it.
know. I was going. I hadn't seen a lot of
We
that.
stir up trouble just on purpose, I think,
Yeah.
sometimes.
I mean, we got to make this somewhat entertaining. Otherwise, people go click. And I was watching our show yesterday. It's a good show. So let's see. We have.
We have
Namaste.
Nikunj.
Kim.
Hi, Nikunj. Namaste. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time zones we all are in.
We're in the morning here.
To our family. Welcome.
Nikunj is an actor and director, and he does a lot of street plays. So, Nikunj, can you tell something about
Yeah,
yourself?
tell us. What you do, where you're from, who you are, what do you do?
Yeah, sure. So I'm currently in Mumbai, and I'm actually not stuck, but I actually belong to Delhi, and I came here for a shoot, and I got stuck in here. But the best thing, I am with a friend, so and the lockdown has been extended for a month now. So we'll be staying here only, and I am an actor, a stage director. I read books. I am doing audio versions of the books right now for people. We are putting up digital plays and readings just to entertain people, so that their this quarantine time, they actually mood changes, or else it will become a lot more monotonous for all of them. I personally feel.
Wow. Thank
Okay,
you
so
so much for
you're in the entertainment industry then, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, we actually have a Hollywood producer on at 1 o'clock, which is 3 hours from now, which is about 10:30 your time. He's on net. His shows run on Netflix right now. It's called Faith, Love, and Hope, or is it Faith, Hope, and Love? Whatever. Anyway, it's a good show.
Yeah. Faith, Hope, and Love. I've heard about it. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, the guy who produced it, starred in it, and wrote it is actually going to be on our TV show today in about 3 hours. Is it
That's
3 hours?
nice.
Yeah, so if you want to meet him, you just beam in and you beam out.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get back in.
You know-
We're a family, so
Yeah,
you
you can actually beam in and beam out because a lot of the people they don't know. I email them and say, okay, you're on IBM TV, right? Well, how does this thing work? And I go, well, it's a unique format because you can actually beam in and beam out. It's not like regular television, which where they got to set up the TV screen, they got to do all the lighting, they got to do all this garbage, they got to turn it on. Okay, so the thing is, here you just beam in, you beam out. Hey, it works, and we do have people from all over the world coming in. I was asking Ankin, I said, I need some Bollywood people to meet the Hollywood people because I got the Hollywood people, but I don't have the Bollywood people. And Bollywood and Hollywood go like this. Usually they intersect,
Nick,
they
the
intersect
whole
on
industry
Netflix.
goes like this, right? The whole industry doesn't really go.
I somehow feel they're all interconnected like this.
Well,
Right?
uh,
TV will connect like this,
Yeah,
right?
But I think Nick, it's easy to reach out to the Hollywood guys, but it's difficult for the Bollywood because they are like, you have to
you're
stay.
right. He's right. Okay, the thing is, if you're from the USA, hey, Hollywood guy, I need you on IBM TV. Oh yeah, we can be on. And I'm from Bollywood to watch. Click. You know what? I mean, it's just the way it is. But
Nick, we just got open. We just opened up, and we're the world's got to get warmed up to us.
they're going to have to. Hey, Jim, they're going to have to deal with us. That's the problem. So, deal with it, world. Okay, so the thing is, the Bollywood movies are coming over here now because I've been watching. They have the Great Karma Hotel. I've been watching a lot of the ones that are coming in. So they're starting to infiltrate slowly into the systems, usually through Netflix or Amazon Prime. In the majors like CBS, NBC, ABC, and all the others. No, I mean they're like, forget it. But the programming on some of the majors is, I mean, you got to see it. You'd go. Why are you wasting your time watching it? Time is very valuable. Why would you waste your time watching it? And I don't know if you've ever gone to the NAPTE meetings, National Association of Professional Television Executives. They meet twice a year, one in Budapest and one in Miami. Okay, you know what they're scared of? They go, OTT programming, people that are not going through the majors. And there's only one, and they're going to lose 25% of their market share in the next 5 years, and they can't stop it.
So, Nick, you might not be familiar with NAPTE, but NAPTE goes all over the world. It's the National Association of
Professional Television Executives. Yes,
executives.
and
if you want to get your leg up in the industry, you really want to grow in the industry, that's where you need your face to be shown.
Or you want doors slammed in your
face. You're
face.
not a director or a producer. Just go get your face and name known. That's
or you want doors slammed in your face. The funny thing about this industry, and I'm talking about the media industry, they have no problem slamming doors in your face. Whack. Okay, so we go in, we go into, I think it was YouTube or something, TV, and we're saying, hey, we're from IBM. Do you have an appointment? No. Bang! Slam the door in your face. I'm going like, wait, we can't even talk. Well, you don't have an appointment, so
I felt like the Wizard of Oz.
There's the CEO of a $179 billion company. You don't have time. You don't have an appointment. Sorry, Charlie. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, but I felt like the Wizard of Oz where he opened up the window thing. You don't have an appointment.
I was saying IBM's a big thing. Well, we're big too. They weren't even close to the size of IBM. Not even close. But the media industry is hilarious. They slam doors in your face all the time. Now, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
I was going to ask him, what do you know about getting the door slammed in your face in the acting profession?
I think Nick must be having a better idea about it.
Yeah, listening to this, that came to my mind because, the media industry, be it anywhere in the globe, they have people knocking on their doors like minute in and minute out. So they have too many opportunities that they actually, they have an upper hand. They feel that they have an upper hand in everything. And it can be any medium nowadays. It doesn't have to be a traditional one. It can be the digital. And then there are too many, chains in it. So it's not only one person. Everybody knows that someone or the other is actually trying to get inside into that media industry just to tap more people, just to tap more of the audience so they know why they are needed.
Did you hear that, Kim? I mean, it's really sick. I mean, it's just
it's content uploaded. They've got more than they.
It's an industry that no one knows where it's going, really. But the thing is, what we found out here, and I don't know if you know about it over there, the production cost. See, I look at it because I'm kind of a business guy, so I look at numbers all the time, and the thing is, there's this thing called production costs, which you may know about it if you're a producer. All right, production costs can be astronomical, and I was running the numbers for Marvel. Okay, that does Avengers. They do Spider-Man. Okay, let me tell you something about that. And I can't watch these movies anymore. Like the guy we interviewed, Neil Shapiro. Remember Neil Shapiro is the head of PBS in New York. Okay, and formerly head of NBC.
He was head of NBC.
You can't watch it anymore because you're going to look at it from a different angle. Okay, Marvel, when you watch a movie, burns $1 million a minute in production costs. So I'm sitting there watching Spider-Man. I go, okay, let's see. I just watched a minute. There goes 1 million. I watched another minute. There goes 2 million. Watched another. I'm serious. They're burning $1 million a minute on their show. You can go run the numbers yourself. And I'm going like, wow, their production costs are out of the sky. They're spending 500 million for like 90, 120 minutes.
And that's not just the actor's cost. That's not just your talent. That's your production burn. Like just a small TV show like ours, very simple, was burning $1,000 a minute.
Oh yeah, $1,000 a minute. Easy.
It was $1,000 a minute for a simple stage setup with, say, PBS. Before you even go to air, $1,000 a minute. You have to pay air cost, and you have to negotiate airtime. So people don't really,
here's what you do: you take this, you take a match and start burning it, and you're probably going to save money than trying to do a TV production.
How's your state production goes in comparison to the TV production? because you do a lot of stage production around India.
Yeah, so it actually takes a lot of money when we get into these traditional elements of having a TV production or having a TV show or maybe a Marvel movie. But and I'll come down to the stage show thing also. But now what we are actually experiencing in these last 2-3 months, that people have now developed this taste of getting onto the digital side. Now there are no shows that are being held in the theaters outdoor. So now they're actually having on their Insta Live and Facebook Live. And just to stay in the business, many of the booking sites who actually need the business, they are not charging anything, but they are actually even giving out tickets to go and watch it on an Insta Live, on Instagram Live. And it's the case with every place in, I believe, entertainment, that the production cost always goes up and high, and that is why the fingers are always the fingers are always crossed that if the audience loves it, then we might make back that money. But it really depends how things actually work.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gamble, baby. The thing is,
Yeah,
Las
it is.
Vegas. Listen, Las Vegas has nothing over the movie.
It's not a gamble. Let me tell you.
I'd rather go. Listen,
You
I'd rather go to
already
Las
said
Vegas and put all the money on Red than do a movie. And
It's promoting.
at least I know in a day whether I made money or not.
Nick,
Big-
promoting. It has nothing to do with a whole lot of gambling. It's
yeah.
how much
Well,
you
you have
promote
to have-
the market.
You have to have this
Ankit-
marketing and
Ankit-
distribution. Absolutely.
Ankit knows this. Why do I always get this?
M&D, baby, marketing and distribution. If you don't market, distribute, your movie will burn in the can, baby. You're burning that money.
Susan Orman said you have to shamelessly self-promote.
Oh yeah, right. No, I've
Shamelessly. It is. There is no more humbleness. I am an engineer by trade for 30 years and an entrepreneur who stayed private. Like, no matter how successful, I hired my own PR people. I didn't want people to really know who I was, just my friends and family. And to come out and do something, I had no idea, but you cannot be humbled. I mean, humble as a person as you are, you have to get out there and promote.
You can pretend to be. Well, I'm really very humble, but I'm not. Okay, so you have to.
I want to talk about something really interesting that happened. Two things that happened yesterday. Seeing how this is part of the COVID conversation. And Nick, how do you pronounce your name? Nick.
What?
Other Nick, not Nicholas. Nick.
It's Big Jew Waddle. Is that it?
Nick.
Yeah, it's Nikunj.
Nikunj. I did it right. Nikunj. So I wanted to, emphasize on the fact that COVID has kind of locked you down in a place that, you're not home and you're doing all of these great and wonderful things. How are you being compensated? Because this has been an issue all over the world. Are there ways that you're able to, or did you save up for one day if you had an emergency? Explain to the world a little bit how you're surviving.
That's a good question.
So see, savings have always been the biggest thing, I believe, at least in India itself. And I think that now it's a global trend also to actually save up for, you never know what will happen tomorrow. So currently people are not getting compensated even if they are doing these things. But, we certainly believe in this industry that more than getting the compensation at the first hand itself, like it's like selling a product, but you have to actually, this is like marketing your own product. You are the product here. So you have to stick into the business even at a time when the traditional ways are out. People cannot go out to the theater, people cannot go out to watch movies, but then they can actually follow you on social media digitally. That's the only way out, and it's not going to be something that is just going on for a month. Now it will become a trend in the next 6 months, where people will be doing their storytellings, the movies. Now movies are getting released on the OTT platforms before they go onto the theater halls.
Well, let me tell you about theaters here in the United States, in case you didn't know.
We're going
AMC, one of the largest theater chains in the United States is about to file for bankruptcy. They're going under.
Well, Nick, filing bankruptcy doesn't always mean you close up.
I know, but it might be closed for good. Okay, listen, it might be closed for good. You'll not see AMC, and I'll tell you why. Remember, you got to follow the money. Where's Ankit with his dollar bills? He always brings it out at the right time. You got to follow this, baby. Follow what's going on with AMC and the money. Okay, here's the problem with AMC and the money. Is that they're heavily, there we go. He always has bigger dollars. India's got a lot more people and money than we do. Don't rip it up. No, heresy. Okay, so let me tell you what's going on here with AMC. Debt. See, in America, we believe in this. It's called the credit card. Okay, so what happened is AMC loaded itself with like 4.8 billion in debt. Okay, and now think about it. They have to service this debt, make payments plus rent and everything else. No one's in the theater. They have no stay-in power. They can't stay in. So they're going to Wild Gotchel Manges, which is a big firm in New York. So they're spending more money and legal fees to file and package a bankruptcy. Now, with a bankruptcy, here's what we don't know. It may be a liquidation, which means if it's a Chapter 7, you're not going to see it. It's the biggest theater chain in the United States, gone. So here you are, a movie producer. I just produced a beautiful movie. I want to put it on the theaters in the United States. There aren't any. Because AMC's not the only one. Denmark, they have a whole list of them that are about to file for bankruptcy. So what happens if this thing continues? There will be no theaters in the United States.
There'll be a movie, don't.
Well, there'll be the small 1 or 2 theaters you can go to. The big chains are
out. Financial tips from Nick Unge, because he's surviving.
He's surviving. Well, he saved his money.
And but let's talk a little bit about some disciplines and practices, because that's disciplines and practices, and that's what we're about, Nick. Right? Yeah.
Are we?
Nick manages people's monies in his other business. But let's talk a little bit about just some disciplines. If you don't mind sharing maybe some good secrets that other people can take away to save for a rainy day. Are there little things that you do? Do you put like all your change into a jar, or you set aside 10%? Well, I did that in college, right? And I kept doing that all through my child. After when my child was born, I would just empty my pockets and then roll them in. And when he graduated from high school, I gave him like $7,000 that I saved from coins.
Yeah, well, what will happen when you have a child? They will empty your pockets.
They will empty the pocket, but that went
all gone, baby.
A special thing. I just wanted to see how much I could save over the years, and it ended up being around $7,000.
Okay, in India, what happens is that when we plan a marriage of someone in our family, so we end up spending around $100,000. That would be the average cost. Nikun must be agree.
True.
And then if we plan $100,000, we end up spending $200,000 only on the wedding. Okay. But after the wedding, when you ask the bride and groom that what did you get, so they get a lot of gifts, but they don't get the cash which they want. and you know why? Because we are also used to go to see all these weddings. So the tendency is that you have invited a lot of people and you are going and eating their lunches and dinners. So now it's time for you to invite them and let them eat.
Okay, you can go to Las Vegas and get married real cheap today. So the thing is, take a trip, go to Las Vegas, get married, come back. Hey, we're married, and then save all the money. There we go.
You know, one of the things I learned, I was at the courthouse one time. I helped women in domestic violence or, just domestic violence situations. And that courtroom's a little overflown sometimes. So we were sitting outside. The judge asked us all to sit outside. And while I was sitting there patiently, I don't talk to anyone. I just sit there to myself, right? And this lady comes and sits down next to me. And all of a sudden, she's just real close to me. It was just definitely not social distancing. This was a while back. And next thing I know, I feel this little tapping on my knee. And she goes, man, that woman over there is wailing crazy, isn't she? Yeah, this is domestic violence court. I didn't turn to look. And she kept talking to me. And then she started telling me her story, how she finally met the man. She fell in love. And I go, well, you're in the wrong courtroom. And she said, well, we're getting married in the courthouse next door, and I need a witness, and you look like the only sane person around here. Would you come be our witness? So I thought, well, that's a good thing today. Yeah, we got hours to wait. I'm going to go do that just to do something happy, right? So I go into that courtroom now, and we have to wait until all the bad check people go through, and people who've been sitting in jail too long get their time, and finally we get to the weddings. Right, the end of the day is the weddings, and I thought this was really cool, and I didn't even know these people. Right, so I'm sitting there, and the judge, explains, okay, does everybody have their money? It's $20, and everybody's putting their $20 up in the air, and I'm sitting here, and he goes, okay, this is good, and do you have your witnesses? And and she makes me raise my hand, and so then he goes, are there any questions before we get started? And I'm a business person like Nick. My mind's always reeling about money, right? And so I raised my hand. Oh, yes, sir. I got a big question. He goes, what? I said, you mean to tell me? I said, you guys got a racket here in this courthouse. I said, you mean to tell me you're bringing in people into this courtroom and it costs them $20 to get married? And he goes, yeah. I said, only $20. And he says, yeah. And I said, but that courtroom over there costs $20,000 to get out of the marriage. And I know they're sitting there going, oh Lord, we got the wrong witness. but I'll tell you, for 20, I've been to weddings that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Duke Chapel and various other places. I cried at this one, and it was real genuine tears. It was the most beautiful, genuine, two people getting married that didn't have anything else in their mind but just getting married. And it was gorgeous. And it was just heartwarming. I thought, this is the way a wedding should be. No stress. And then you go have your party, right? Then you go and everything. But there was no stress over, oh gosh, my dress is crinkled, or my bell's not right, or my flowers, they ordered the wrong flower. There's none of that. There's just the bridezilla was not there. I'll put it that way. And it was a very happy moment. And then I went back over to the other courtroom where it was horrible. So, but
wait a minute. It wasn't horrible for the lawyers. They do pretty good off that.
Oh no, I was in the domestic violence court.
Well, it's always good for the lawyers.
Next to that is the divorce.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you have weddings.
It's a business.
I don't know why they do this on one floor, but you got weddings, domestic violence, and divorce.
Yeah. Well, all that shut down now because of the coronavirus, so people can't. Nigadu, how do you pronounce this?
Yeah.
Anyway, how are you guys producing movies if you have social distancing? I mean,
well,
are you
producing other things? Share with us more about.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing now? I mean, the way I look at it, and that's what we're talking about. Dr. Robert Krantz is that movie production has to be to a grinding halt. Not only if theaters are down, how can you produce a bloody movie?
Yeah, so we cannot produce the movies, but there might be many things that all of us have in our to-do list, and it's related to our work, maybe personal things, and this is the time that we all have got if we look at a positive side. Many don't even have the opportunity to actually go through their to-do at this time. If we have the opportunity, and if we have the opportunity to think something new, then I guess that's better than producing a movie or going and acting somewhere, because that is something that you can currently do and work on yourself. And that also actually goes towards that. I understand where everything is actually going towards is the commercial side of it, that there isn't any bills that are getting paid, or you are not earning any money out of it. But yeah, that is again developing for the the future, and it happens. It happens during a war. It happens during these kind of crises that actually happen every 70 years. Every maybe 70 or 100 years, and these kind of times come. So if I have been talking to people, and I've been telling them the same thing, because everybody wants to think on the commercial angle, that if we think on things right now that are not possible, then they will just get us those negative vibes, which won't let us live through these months. And they're actually months that we still have to live through with the coronavirus. And if we just try to think positively and, let's be more calmer and let's plan for the future, because it's not the best, the best thing that I feel has happened in all this is that the whole world is on a standstill, a pause. It's not only one person, it's everyone who's at a standstill. And that is why there is less competition now.
Right.
And that,
and you've got a good point there, Nikuj, is that we're silent. It was almost where I walked outside my door, and have you ever been in a snowstorm or snow where everything is, it's one of the most beautiful moments to me. It's like the whole world is silent, right? It took a breath. And the birds are quiet, but you hear the crisps of the snow, right? You just almost hear, but it silenced the world like it's a silencer, right? Like a big pillow or something.
Not me. I talk all the time, so silence doesn't work over here.
You guys see?
I don't know about that.
My life is uplifted every day.
And can mute me. He goes like this, "Shut up, Nick," but he's nice enough. He just goes mute, and that's how he keeps me shutting up. Oh, Willie Hill has joined us from Australia. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. How you doing?
Good day, mate.
We have somebody who produces movie. Nick, I'm trying to pronounce his name.
it's simple as Nick Unj. That's it.
Nick Unj has joined us from. Are you in Mumbai or? But
yeah, Mumbai.
He's stuck in Mumbai, but he actually lives up in where Ankit does in New Delhi. Anyway, Willie is in Melbourne, Australia. So if you talk Australian, you always say, "How you doing, mate?" Just everything with mate. They don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it's kind of
I want you guys to know I met this talking head over here 4 years ago, almost to the day. And he was just like this when I met him.
Yeah. He runs
like
Startup Australia, and he's got all these startups all over the place. Now he's running Shut Down Australia. Now he's got all these shut down companies all over the place. I mean, it's like, anyway, we're going to do the startups tomorrow, but we're actually working with the.
We're going to do a shutdown startup.
What?
We're going to do a shutdown startup.
A shutdown startup. So, in about 2 hours from now, we're going to have Robert Krantz, who's the producer and star of Faith, Hope, and Love on our show.
I got an idea, Nick. Yeah. You said that you've been reading and just doing things to help people. Maybe you can help be the MC of the startup shows that we want to do.
Startup shows? He's a movie producer. He needs to be on the movie producer show.
But you do acting too, right?
Yeah. Oh, you have to do acting if you're going to be with startups.
That's my primary job.
Oh, well, that's their primary job. I can trust me. I'm a startup and we're making millions of dollars. Really? No. Okay, they do a great acting job, I must admit. The startups are kind
well, that's because they're not taught to do a real business plan anymore. Yeah. Everybody does a PowerPoint.
But see, acting's got to be a hard job. You got to pretend you're somebody else that you're not and like it. Okay, I mean, it's like, it's got to be one of the, I look at these people and go, how do you do this for a living? You're getting front camera every day and pretending you're somebody that you're not. Ugh. I mean, that's like, well,
it's actually fun. You get to forget all the worries and the liabilities, the problems that you have, but the character doesn't have.
Mm.
So you
actually got to study who this character is, and you got to actually be like the character, and you got to have somebody tell you what the character is going to be like. Is that what you guys do as an actor?
So, yeah, and it's more with the learnings that we already have living through the whatever age we are in and whatever we have experienced in our life. That is something that we get to the character. There are people like I met you guys today. Right. So I might be taking away some of the essence of your thing being so that is something that when tomorrow or maybe in future I'll be given a project or I'll have a character, I might think of the things that we spoke right now or
Really?
during this period. Yeah. So
Really?
that will go because that are getting stored here in the hard disk.
Well,
So that
you know,
will
after the show, I'll give you a pill that'll erase your memory. Then you won't have to worry about listen to here in this show. You know,
Kind of
because,
like, kind of like
see, we don't study for characters because we have a lot of them on already, so we don't
So,
have to.
Nikunj, a question for you, from our viewers, that during this COVID, are you writing any stories post COVID? Because I mean, people are booking a lot of titles and movie names right now. You know about it, Corona Pyar Hai and all those things. So,
yeah,
Yeah,
are there,
I also have another question right after that. Okay, go on.
many people. So I've been on Insta lives and chats, and many of them are actually interested in getting into this field of having COVID as a subject after Corona goes. And I'm not too sure because I'm not really in that field that I'll be knowing that people are actually taking up these titles. They're booking the titles. Okay, so it's like COVID-19 getting booked, or in India, maybe in Hindi, Corona Pyar Hai, something of these thoughts getting booked. But I personally feel that it's a bit early to talk about it because we are making live videos also. So we do con calls with our theater group and we make the videos out of it, or people are making videos at home and they're just sharing the current thing that they're going through. Because trust me, everybody knows that this situation is actually one day that goes by, we learn something new about the situation. So maybe tomorrow when we get to know something new about the situation, and you never know how bad or how better it will get or how soon. But yeah, people are definitely going to write about it and do about it. But yeah, personally I am currently not doing it because I somehow feel that we are a bit blessed who can actually discuss these things sitting in a closed environment, a safer environment. But if a story has to be told, the story has to be told, the from what those people are actually, the people who are actually suffering from it. And it's not the suffering of the disease, the suffering of the closure of business, the suffering of closure of
so that's what I'm
mobility.
saying. So there will be a lot of inspiring stories, and there will be a lot of real stories.
There'll be a lot of inspiring stories. There'll be there have been still movies getting made on world wars. So COVID will continue for years, I guess.
Yeah, here's my question, Nick.
Good morning.
Where is Bollywood? I mean, where is Bollywood? In other words, do you go into a city and it has a big lights on, says, "Oh, you've entered Bollywood, you've exited Bollywood, you're greeted by Mickey Mouse in and out." I mean, how does this Bollywood thing work? Oh, it's a wonderful life. Oh boy, we're in Bollywood now. Is that what's going on? I mean, where is this place?
That's a good idea, I guess. People who might be listening to it, or maybe one of us will have this idea thrown to people who can make it a possibility in the next 10-15 years. But nothing as of now. So Bollywood right now is only on the in the theater or on your digital world. But yeah, it's that glamorous that
Oh, well, yeah. What you do is need to make a little theme park called Bollywood. Americans would go visit. We don't know. Oh, there's Bollywood. Mickey Mouse
So
just
Nick,
came out.
here's a quick question.
It's social
Here's a quick question.
distancing.
Who's the richest Hollywood actor?
Yeah, well, you have Bollywood actors. I mean, you know,
And Nick and I can be there, and we can even help promote it.
yeah,
and
you
it's
sell
great.
sell
I've
pizza.
always wanted to
You're-
host a
Hey,
parade.
you know what they do in Disney, but they shut it down now. It's $100 a head to walk into a Disney World. I mean, just to walk in. And I was going, well, we could have Bollywood, and Americans would fly over there and get in. Oh, we're going to go see Bollywood. Here it is. You know,
We can do a
created by
parade.
Mickey Mouse.
Parade. We can do an after Corona parade, and Nick and I can host it because I've always wanted to host a parade. Because I
A
just
coronavirus parade.
I have to wait till
Keep
right.
your distance, baby. This is a coronavirus parade. Keep your distance. Keep that mouse away from me. It may have a virus.
No,
You
we'll
know.
have Snoopy up in the air, right? The big-
Yeah, Snoopy better be up in the air because we don't want to get close to that virus. You know, so
Everybody be wearing
So Nick,
masks.
Nick, a quick question for you. Who is the richest Hollywood actor?
The richest one, I think it's Ashton Kutcher, but mainly through his
that's the U.S., but in the world.
What is
In the
world?
the world. Maybe it's not Ashton Kutcher. Who was the guy? There was one guy who invested. Bono did really well. Okay, because Bono
Invest a lot on acting as well.
yeah, Bono overtook McCartney because of his investments in, I think it was either Google or Facebook or something like that.
Adam Sandler.
How much is worth?
No, not even close. But Bono actually overtook McCartney, and it was a trivia question because for a long time, Sir Paul McCartney was the richest entertainer, but then Bono just went like this because he invested in high tech, baby, high tech. It wasn't what he made in the movies or music. It's high tech, baby.
So I'll tell you about Bollywood actors. So our richest actor is Shah Rukh Khan, and there are a lot of people, a lot of actors follow them. But Shah Rukh Khan's worth is around $700 million.
Who?
Shah Rukh Khan.
Shah Rukh Khan.
Shah Rukh Khan.
Yeah.
Who's he? Is he
So
famous?
he's the leading Bollywood actor.
Okay.
Amitabh Bachchan.
Well, you need to bring him on here, baby. We need to talk to this guy if he's wealthy. I mean, we've had billionaires on our show. We have multi-billionaires on our show. So let's go talk to this Khan guy. You know, you got his phone. Just let me give him a call. Hey, Khan, baby, you need to get on the horn right away, baby. What? You're busy? No, you're not busy because I know you're shut down. You are shut down because of coronavirus. We talked to a lot of people today shut down because of the coronavirus. We had the Honorable David Walker on our show yesterday.
We were planning for coronavirus because Nick and I started the Pod TV concept a year ago.
Lynn Shepherd getting on right now.
So that we could
Let's get Khan on the TV. Let's get him on the horn right now. Hey, dude. Hey, Khan, dude. We can talk to him in Hollywood-ese in case you don't know. Hey, Khan, dude. Wait, you're Bollywood, so you just don't answer that one. Khan, dude, get on the horn now, baby. We're going to put you on right now. Oh, I know you're not busy. Don't give me none of that stuff. You're shut down.
Well, talk about the Hollywood industry and Bollywood industry. We met Lynn via my connection of a producer in Hollywood, Henny Morales. I met Henny at the big screen festival.
We should have Henny Morales on today. I just, see my problem in my Rolodex. I forgot about Henny Morales.
I thought about it. My brain has been going 100 miles an hour. So
okay, we'll get him on next week. Let's get. He's another Hollywood.
We're dividing up our days now, right?
Yeah, we'll have him on next Tuesday. Hollywood meets Bollywood. We'll get that Khan guy on with some of the Hollywood guys because they don't know who he is.
I met Lynn through Henny Morales, and then Lynn Shepherd has become our sponsor. And thank you. Welcome, Lynn. How are you today?
Yeah, we actually have a sponsor. It's kind of amazing.
Well, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Willie. You're on mute, but I see you. And I haven't met Nikunj. Is that how I pronounce it?
Yes.
Okay. Namaste. Yes. So I'm the owner of a dollar store called Shepherd Family Shepherd Family Dollar Store. Our link is shepherdfamily.dollarstore.com. The dollar stores were actually founded, believe it or not, in India by a gentleman by the name of Rex Mehta, who bought the name Dollar Store 24 years ago, did brick and mortar stores, never came to the United States. And in 2019, he said, now's the time. People are buying lower priced items online. So now I want to come to the United States, and I'm going to do it through online dollar stores. So I am one of the owners of an online dollar store. One of the things that I've always wanted to do in my life was to give back to organizations that basically have a program that fits things that I think are very important in life. And I met Kimberly and then Nick, found out about Money Masters. And your whole program at Money Masters is to promote financial education and financial responsibility to young people who basically don't ever get taught anything like that in school. In fact, actually, I was telling somebody I wrote checks, but I never understood the concept and the legality of what you had to do with checks and what it meant until I was actually in graduate school. So, and that was when I finally learned the legalities. And I think it's a fantastic mission that you have at Money Masters. And I just decided I wanted to support it. So half of the profits that we have from my dollar store are going to Money Masters to support the program that you're doing to basically further financial education for young people. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. We have a store that you can go to on the IBM TV, IBM.TV link. You can actually get a link that you can click and become a customer. We have a rewards program. So anybody who becomes a customer immediately gets $5 worth of rewards that they can use for purchases on the site. I apologize to my friends who are in India and Australia because unfortunately we can only do this here in the United States at the moment. And in fact, actually shipping over for orders of over $25 are free. For the contiguous 48 states, it costs a little bit more in Alaska and Australia. But Willie, I know you and I have talked about the possibility of Australia, and I've actually had the conversation with Rex about India. So hopefully one of these days, and sooner than later, we'll be able to be there in Australia and in India with an online store.
Awesome.
Good.
Woo! And
Yeah.
check
So
guys,
wait, just so
gloves they got 60 gloves, the disposable kind for, $1.25. You don't even have to go to the store and waste the gas and time. You just go to the shepherdfamily.dollarstore.com, or you can real easy go to IBM.TV. We have a big, huge green button on the front page, and you hit that green button and it takes you there.
There you go. We have dust masks. Now I did find out last night, because orders have been coming in for dust masks and gloves, that what they're doing is limiting people to two per purchase. So that disposable glove, 60 in a pack, is one heck of a deal, I think.
Oh yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't order multiple times,
Oh,
which I know Nick is going to do.
You've got 10 count of the vinyl gloves, right?
Yep.
So I mean, there's all different kinds. And you know what, guys? This stuff can get in your hair too. And they got these really nice disposable hair things that you can put on your hair. So, you got your mask, your hair cover, you're getting yourself protected.
Absolutely. And since you're not going to the hotels today, and you can't get the shower caps from the hotels.
Yeah, that's right.
Which they're not giving anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So I always like to bring the shower, when I was traveling, bring the shower caps home to my wife. Well, unfortunately, they don't give them anymore. So the good news is we have them on the website.
Yeah, and there's just many other things. This is just the one page. You can go up into here. You can go into the categories. They got home care, office, and school supplies. They even have CBD supplements. If you want to, just try a CBD product, it's there. There are just so many different ways. If you're looking for something, you just go up here and key in your search for what it is that you're looking for. But, every time I go out here, you get more and more stuff for people. I'm happy to hear it eventually that this will be going to other countries, because we do get a lot of support and viewers from other countries. And let's see. But anyway, so there you go. It's very easy to get to. But again, if you can't remember Lynn Shepherd, dollarstore.com, you can, or
Shepherd family.
Yeah, Shepherd family. I think I got it down here. You could just go to IBM.TV and hit the big green button, and you're there. We put it on the big front page, and they're donating to our show because we do believe in bridging that gap between poverty and sustainability. And the only way to do that is educating. Thank you, Lynn.
And you can also get your 72-hour kit. So the thing is, this way you have a list of supplies, and they even have food that they sell. So I thought that you don't have to go anywhere. You can just go to a dollar store and buy everything and sit at home and watch IBM TV. Right?
Yep. There you go.
You got kitchen gadgets. I always love kitchen gadgets.
And we're going to see more and more people start, as we notice.
Everyone's got that really cool collapsible room screener.
Yeah, shopping online is moving up because of the coronavirus. We don't really like to go to the stores today. So this is one way that you don't have to go to the store. They actually drop things off in your front yard. So I get things that dropped off here all the time. I think it's a great way to.
And I want to give people a little bit of tip about shipping today in today's time. Be very, very careful when you're picking up your packages. Also, wash your hands very, very good. Make sure you get your hands washed after you picked up your mail. They, keep claiming it cannot be distributed through the mail, the virus, but just learned that somebody had dropped off their door and they picked up the virus from the package. So just be very careful. I'm not saying be scared. We know now, right? We're educated. We know that it could be a potential problem. Wash your hands really good and spray the package down really good.
And wear gloves. Take them off when you go.
The other thing, I've been trying to ship a package of provisions and some supplies to my son who's in New York, and they haven't picked up the package. I had it scheduled for 3 days every day, and they wouldn't pick it up. So we have a mailbox. So I printed out the confirmation sheet for pickup, and I taped it to the mailbox today. I put the red flag up, and I taped it to the mailbox because I was like, how do I get her to come here? Apparently, she's not getting the emails that they're sending. So I did. And she came. She came and picked up the box from the front porch today. So if you're having problems with your mailman because they're not coming to your porch, put a little put the red flag up and put a note where they can get it, where they can see it, because they're going to be pulling mail out of there, right? And they'll come and talk to you or help you out with whatever you need. So, but yeah, I've been trying to get that box off for 3 days, 4 days, well, since last Thursday. So, so finally I got it picked up today. But, they keep saying, the disease, the virus doesn't stay very long on packages and stuff. I don't think we know enough to say whether it does or not. So why not just play safe? Why not, pretend that, it does and you're safe? Yeah, that's the way I feel. But anyway, did we lose our actor?
Maybe.
I guess he had to leave. He was a lot of fun to talk to. So Willie, share with us what's going on down under.
Okay. We've had a slight increase in people contacting. We're now at 64660. There's been 3 people that have passed away. So the numbers are starting to flatten out.
What is the total number of people who have passed away?
Total number is 61.
That's it.
Yeah.
Since we started all of this.
Since we started, yeah.
I mean,
in all of Australia?
I shouldn't say
all
that.
of Australia, yes, 61.
Right. Wow. I should say because that's a lot. No matter, every life perished in this should never have happened, but you guys really contained it. 64. Wow. That's given the size of your country, it could have really gotten out of control, just like the wildfires that you had, right?
We have like 26 million people in all of Australia.
Could have
26.
spread.
Yeah,
It could have spread just like the wildfires
yeah,
did.
absolutely.
And your
Absolutely.
country locked it down fast. They took care of the people really quick, made sure that you had stimuluses. Ankit and I got a funny stimulus story for you guys. Ankit, do you have a copy of that story? And you
I have. I'll share it with you.
Yeah, we got a funny stimulus story in the U.S. to share with you guys. Only in the U.S. It's not gonna happen anywhere else. Okay, watch this. This is hilarious. I hope Nick can see this because I tell you what I would do if this happened to me when this is over. Can you get it? This is hilarious.
Thank you.
I tell you what I've been doing. I've been craving these.
Oh no.
Oh my God. I love these. The dark chocolate ones, right? The dark chocolate ones. And the first time I ever had one was from the dollar store up the street. So maybe you guys can get these in. They're ice cream though. You can't ship ice cream. But I told somebody, please don't do a run on these. And they're canceling them. They're canceling the dark chocolate ones. They should not do that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. And so I'm gonna have a talk with somebody. I've developed an addiction to them. Most people get addicted to opioids, and I probably could, but my doctors would prescribe me just about anything sometimes, for my pain. But I get addicted to ice cream.
Well, I have somebody here in Philadelphia that might actually ship ice cream to North Carolina. Yeah, she's she. If you don't know much about Philadelphia, we have a place called the Reading Terminal Market, which, if you ever played Monopoly, you'll remember the Reading Railroad, and that came into Reading Terminal. Yep, and then there's a market. So she and her husband, over 30 years ago, started a little business in the terminal market, and it morphed into something called the Pennsylvania General Store. And we have things like tasty cakes. Now, Willie's never heard of a tasty cake. I'm not even sure, Kimberly, whether you haven't. I know Ankit probably has. Well, he's been here in the United States enough, so maybe he has. But tasty cake was a Philadelphia fixture. And when my son moved down near where Kimberly is, and they started a family, and I found out about my friend Julie, who has the store. I said, boy, wouldn't this be fun? So I've shipped tasty cakes down to North Carolina. Well, the fact is, and then I found out she can actually ship ice cream. So if you want me to find out, Kimberly, I will find out, and I'll make sure some gets shipped to you.
Oh, right. Absolutely. Because it's probably not good for my waist. And I've really been working out every day because I've been eating a lot of things you really shouldn't eat. But ice cream to me just cannot be bad for you. I don't care, what you put in it. And I'm kind of like Ankit. I like to spice it up with nuts and other little goody things. But here we go, guys. This is, Lynn, you have got to see this. This is absolutely only in America. I'm just going to say only in America. Can you get it where it's on the a little bit? There we go. And we got Alexander in the
County, Indiana. I got quite a surprise when he visited an ATM and learned he'd already gotten a federal stimulus payment.
Yeah, Dana Rebick is in New Chicago with more on what turned out to be a rather unusual deposit. Dana.
It was. This man is a volunteer firefighter here, and unbeknownst to him, he did get this first federal stimulus payment over the weekend, but it wasn't quite what he was expecting.
I went to the ATM at the Family Express, and once I withdraw $200 out of my account, I looked at the available balance of that was still left in my account, and apparently my account had $8.2 million in it. And I'm like, what in the world is going on here?
He come over and said, you ain't going to believe this. I said, come on, let's go. And we went back up to the spot where he drew up, and it pulled out $8.2 million.
He was supposed to receive $1,700. Calvin tried the ATM again.
I ran the card again and again. $8.2 million. That's like, man, something's up with this. And I said, hey, what kind of truck you buying me?
This morning, Calvin called his bank. They didn't see that amount in his checking account anymore, but did note that his $1,700 stimulus payment was deposited, making this volunteer firefighter wonder if there was some sort of fluke and taxpayers are receiving way more or less than they should.
Of course, it'll give you pause and make you think what's going on. If there's some kind of clerical error or what have you, they should be on top of it. Kind of sucks. You go from being a millionaire on paper 1 second, and then you're back to being But I guess, once you're poor, you go up.
We did reach out to a person at the White House tonight about this situation, but have not heard back from them yet. And Calvin's not quite sure if this was an error on the government's behalf, his bank, or if this was just an ATM fluke. But he says he's just glad that he did receive the proper stimulus amount that he was entitled to. Live in New Chicago, Indiana, Dana Rebick, WGN News.
Government's lucky you only took out $200
Now, this is what I would have done. I would have sat there and said, call that fire truck over here, and I would have gone empty.
So I'll tell you a story what happened with
I would have bank account that day. I wouldn't have called and said there's a problem.
Technically, from a legal standpoint, if you don't report it and you do take it, it's actually stealing and it's a criminal offense.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, and in the United States, you're going to get prosecuted. It could be. It's funny. He's got 8.2 million. What a stimulus! But in reality, he'll end up in jail if he takes the money above what he's entitled to. So you have to be really careful about that. And can there be mistakes like that? Of course. Yeah. The thing is, it happens infrequently, but every now and then it will happen. All of a sudden, hey, I got $8 million, and hey, we have Alexandra May has joined us. So, Alexander, where are you from?
Hey, I'm from South Africa.
South Africa, Durban. Yeah. Yes, you're from Durban.
Well, no, I was born in Durban. I actually live in Johannesburg.
Oh, Johannesburg. Okay, great. Yes.
Yeah.
My executive secretary for years, she actually worked for me for about 10 years, was from Durban. So
really?
So I was able to find out. So I had to go to here and find out where is Durban. Oh, it's on the African on the beach side. So
that's exactly it. That's exactly it, on the beach.
You're on the beach, and so you went from the beach to Johannesburg, which is the big city, right?
Yeah, it's sort of like the mother city, I guess. But now I was born in Durban. I lived there for like 3 years. I left there when I was 3 years old. My parents met there. They married there. My dad grew up in Durban. So I like to say I am a Durbanite because you gotta stay true to where you're born. Right. But I've been living in Johannesburg for like 20 odd years. So.
Right. Yes, and of course you know the rest of the crew here. Kimberly, right above you.
Well, we met. We met in Nashville. So a little bit.
Are you a Nashville singer? You sing?
Yes. I am. I've been traveling back and forth to Nashville for a couple of years now.
Oh,
I met Kim, like 2 years ago? 2 years ago.
I was there to produce the song, and I just gotten to know the songwriters then. We were just starting. And I met Alexander. I'm sitting in Bobby Idol bar. I've never been there before. Didn't know anybody there myself. I was on tour of the city because my day went bad. In walks this beautiful little girl.
That's you.
And me. My mom and me.
She walks up to rough old Jim. He looks rough, but he's not. And she says, "Can I borrow your guitar? Can I get on that stage?" Now you have to understand, Bobby's Idol Hour is the world's most famous little bar where everyone in the world ever got their start. Dolly Parton, they all became famous there. Every one of them. That's where Red Solo Cup came from. Mm-hmm. So here she is. And she's getting on that. She's not bashful. I've never seen anything quite like it. She gets that guitar and she gets on that stage and just belts it out. And it looks like a little rowdy bar, but it's not. People are awesome there.
Yeah.
She brought the house to complete silence.
Oh wow.
Oh,
And
thank you.
I'm nudging Jim, going,
Oh wow.
"There's your Jim right there. There's the star of Nashville next. That's your next star." And you know, I think everybody was clamoring to get her signed. I don't know what happened, but she should be one of the biggest stars in Nashville right now.
Wow.
But she came all the way over from South Africa to do this experience. She paid her own way to have this experience.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
literally what happened. Yeah. Thank you, Kim.
And then,
No, I took it away, but
No, thank you.
yeah. So okay. So I mean, today we're having the entertainers on.
yeah.
In about 2 hours, we're going to have Robert Krantz, who's the producer and star of Faith, Hope, and Love, on our show.
Yes.
It's running on Netflix. It's a great show. I reached out to him. I said, "Hey, you want to come to IBM TV?" He goes, "Yeah, I'll come to IBM TV." Well, I mean, so he's going to be on it in about 2 hours. And he found somebody who was in Dancing with the Stars. I started watching the show, and then all of a sudden, this dancer shows up. I said, "This dancer is really good." And I don't watch too much television. I have to admit, I hardly watch anything at all. So, but I could judge. I'm going, that dancer is really good. So then I have to go to Wikipedia, which knows everything. And, Dancing with the Stars. Oh, she is really good. I thought she was extremely good. Anyway, he's going to be on in about 2 hours. So if you want to meet him, he's
So
doing.
here's the other thing I want to announce.
Maybe he needs a singer.
Do this. But Alexandra's going to start her own show on IBM TV.
Oh, then he'll see you all the time.
She writes her own songs and music, and she's got friends in the industry, and we know people, and we're just going to get, like Jim Martin's got his show
Oh,
going.
yeah, Jim Martin. Yeah, Jim Martin, really good.
She's going to get her own show going, and then we're going to have a music, art, and fashion show festival weekend. And
I love that.
yeah,
We'll do it all virtually.
yeah, where everybody's going to be virtual from all over the world. We're going to have different entertainers throughout the day or weekend, the whole weekend, because you know Willie is like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, right? So we'll get people.
Yeah, Willie's from Australia, mate. He's over there, right there.
And we'll get
3 o'clock in the morning.
kids, you know, probably around 9, 10 o'clock.
And kid is around 8 o'clock, right? 8:45 or something like that in New Delhi. Here it's early in the morning. I don't know what time it is in Johannesburg. What time is it over there, Alexander?
I gotta look at my phone. It's currently 5 o'clock in the evening. It is now 5 o'clock.
All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We can just do little slots all the way around the world, and that's what we want to do, and give the entertainers an opportunity to get their voices out there. Not just the musicians, but we got artists, and we also have fashion people because they're struggling as well. But also give the people something. Right? Give the something.
Yeah, because you're all staying at home and you can't do anything. I mean,
well, and we're watching the same old, all this dumb stuff on Netflix till your brain.
Or if you like sports, you get to watch reruns of the Masters 20 years ago.
This is going to be live, and it's going to be real talking heads and live music and maybe personal questions where people can reach out. You might have a fan or two that reach out and ask you a question, and we're going to do this more than once. This is going to be an ongoing thing, but so that people can build up their fan base, because that's what we want to do. We want to help establish the music and art and fashion industry. But Nick, speaking of the art and music and movie industry, can you do me a favor with Alexa?
Oh, Alexa, do I need to talk to Alexa? Just a minute. We have our artificial intelligence right here.
It's Nick's best friend, and usually Nick asks her a question, but I have a question for Alexa. Ask Alexa what her favorite movie is.
Just a minute. Stop. Okay, Alexa. Now, what's the question?
What's your favorite movie?
Alexa, Alexa, stop. Alexa, what's your favorite movie?
Did you want the song "She's My Best Friend"?
No. We're having problems communicating. Just a minute. Alexa, what's your favorite movie? Alexa, what is your favorite movie?
The Empire Strikes Back is
He's not sure.
Did you hear that?
Most impressive.
Okay, so it's apparently it's Alexa, be quiet. It's great. Okay. I could never do this to my wife. This would be absolutely horrible. Bang, bang. Be quiet. You can't tell me to be be quiet. Are you kidding me? So the thing is, I can't do it with Alexa. So Alexa and I are really good buddies here. I'm going to put her down for right now. Is that okay?
So share with everyone what her favorite movie is.
It's The Empire Strikes Back. Alexa, your favorite movie?
The Empire Strikes Back is my all-time favorite. It's impressive. Most impressive.
Okay, so it's The Empire Strikes Back.
So cool.
She has a favorite.
Right,
She's
yeah, it has a favorite. Right.
feeling.
Yeah, but we actually bring IBM TV. We bring artificial intelligence right to our show. There it is, Alexa, and Alexa's really great because when you're done with her, you can put her down. Okay, which which by the way doesn't work in the real world, as we all know. So Shankar has joined us. Shankar, where are you coming from?
Namaste. Very good evening to all of you.
Yeah, yes. Well, what city are you out of? Shankar.
Delhi.
Oh, he's in Delhi. He's a neighbor of Ankit. They all know each other over there, right? You know Ankit? He's a Delhi.
Everyone knows me. Definitely. Everyone knows me.
Okay,
Everyone
everybody.
knows Ankit.
Ankit's really funny.
I opened up a theme park called Ankit, and we're just
Ankit over there, he knows 1.3 billion people. I went to his Facebook page, right? He has 1.3 billion followers. Everybody in India knows who he is. I go 1.3 billion followers. Okay, I'll put that. That's pretty good.
It's funny because like we're talking. He's got a sister in Raleigh. He's got somebody in New Jersey, New York,
all over the place.
and it's like my son's up. He goes, I'll find somebody to help your son. Don't worry about it, Kim. I got somebody. And I go,
yeah.
Now,
Alexander is real talent. She can actually sing and do things, unlike the rest of us here. So we actually have real talent that we invite on. Willie Hill is from Australia. So if you need to talk to him, you just say, "How's it going, Nate?" Okay, and then
how's it, mate?
How's it, mate?
How you doing, mate? And then he knows that.
I have a terrible Australian accent. I can't do Australian, so yeah.
South Africans have the best accents in the world. I hired Priscilla because I said, "You've got to answer the phone." Why? I said, "You've got the best accent in the world." Are you kidding me?
That's so funny.
Hello, I'm from. Hi, this is Priscilla. How can I help you? I'm going like, wow. And people I gotta have Priscilla on. She's retired now. But anyway, the thing is, I was going like, wow, that is the person we want up front. Are the people from South Africa?
Nick,
that's very kind.
Yeah, South Africa. But Nick, you remember Spencer? We'll have to get Spencer on.
Oh, sure, yeah, right, yeah. But he was from New Zealand.
An avatar we had designed, a 3D avatar for Watson to connect to Watson. So Watson was going to be his brain, and he was Asian, beautiful Asian with green eyes, and he had an Australian accent.
Really? Right, yeah, right. Yeah. I mean,
it was amazing, and everybody just like Kim. That just doesn't sound right to us. But it's beautiful, all worldly to me, right? But Shankar, share with us a little bit about who you are.
Yeah, what you do. What do you do?
And welcome to our family.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been on this show earlier on, but I think the last time the topic was more to do with economics part of it, and we discussed on that. And I'm from Delhi. Around 29 years of experience in different fields. And one of the fields, in fact, today only Ankit told me that the topic which we are discussing today is movies. So that made me excited because I'm a movie buff, seen a lot of movies of different languages. Mm-hmm. So in fact, just now Nick was asking as to what is the favorite movie. So can I have a quick recap as to each one of you? What is your favorite movie?
Ooh,
that's a good question.
I've got the answer. I know. What mine is.
Go to South Africa.
I know what mine is.
All right, what is it?
And Kim will love me for this. My favorite movie is Breakfast at Tiffany's. What do you happen? That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say.
Breakfast, of course.
That's wonderful.
All-time
That's a beautiful movie.
Really, what's yours?
I'm biased. Mine is Good Will Hunting.
Good.
Oh, good movie.
All-time classic.
Oh wow, great. That's great.
I still love Ben-Hur.
Kim, I missed yours.
I like The Wizard of Oz.
Nick, what's
The
yours?
Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too.
I love Wizard of Oz.
She was
Mine
great.
kind of changes with seasons, but the one that touches my heart the most, and there's a scene in it that just makes me think I'm with my dad again, and it's Meet Joe Black. And I've never been a big Brad Pitt fan, but it's when her father's dancing with her. And I could watch that scene over and over. Breakfast at Tiffany's, of course, always, you just, that's just all-time classic. But
I'm going to Tiffany's. You can't have breakfast there. I've already gone there in New York. They don't offer breakfast there. They just have
I just broke up with lunch.
Yeah, but you know what? It's called Feast and Rise.
You can have breakfast at
Right.
Nordstrom. Nordstrom has restaurants. You can eat like 10 of them in New York. We went to like 8 or 9 of them when I was in New York a couple weeks ago before the coronavirus hit. So you can eat at Nordstrom, but you can't have breakfast at Tiffany's. This is awful. Just let you know.
It's very sad. I think they should change that, to be honest with you, because I have my very, very, very first trip ever overseas. I was 18 and I went to New York. And I promise you, I dressed up and I walked to New York, and it was just 12. So technically I made it for breakfast, right? And I walked there with my coffee, and I don't know what I had to eat. It was a number of years ago, but I had my coffee and something, and I walked there and I did the Breakfast at Tiffany's thing outside, just like OJ. I reenacted it.
Yeah. You have to go outside. You have to go eat somewhere else. Breakfast at Tiffany's, that's a movie thing. Out you go. Go to the food truck, baby, if you want breakfast at Tiffany's.
And it's probably a bagel. Bagels everywhere in New York, right? Bagels are the breakfast food.
Go get a bagel down at the food truck.
After I eat half a bagel, but no, breakfast at Tiffany's. I think you're right. I think they should put like a little courtyard out there, or why not just start our own restaurant right next door? Right?
Cafe, yeah.
You know, I do it today because no one will be there. It's like
you know what, Nick?
Movies are all shut down. Hello, there are no.
I was in New York another time when New York shut down and all the streets were empty, and it was Hurricane Sandy, and they actually shut the airport down for the first time ever. We were the last flight that came in. I was dropping my son off to college, and literally the whole city shut down, like complete. Not one car, not one cab. It was scary because I've been to New York a lot, and it was a scary feeling. Like, is somebody going to mug me?
It's scary when it's open up. So, it's open up. There's a lot of people.
When it's alive, I'm used to it. I've been there so much that that's a norm, right? But when you're standing in the middle of Times Square and not one person is moving,
that's weird.
And then they tell you have to get back to the hotel now, but not one person. You weren't even allowed to go out.
All the theaters in New York are shut down. All the theaters are shut down. All those people are out of work. I mean, it is a absolutely horrible time to be an actor, an actress, somebody in entertainment, a singer. I mean, if you're a singer, how can you perform? There's nobody who's going to show up. Alexander goes, "Hi, I'm here to perform," and no one's there. Oh, this guy.
No one's there. And the thing about South Africa, though, we're currently in lockdown. Yeah. So we're in lockdown. We're in lockdown. We have been in lockdown for about 2.5 weeks, and I think when I was on last week, I said that our president had just announced an extended 2 weeks. So I have, but for the last month and a half, it's been like a desert out here. There is everything is shut down. I've got friends messaging me left, right, and center. It's nice to have a group of friends in the industry who kind of get what you're going through, and they're literally saying we're losing out on gigs. There's nothing coming in, and I've got friends that just have put savings aside, and they're like, for the next 2 months, this is it. We're stuck in our houses. At least we're able to create somehow. We've got our instruments. We're able to create, put our content. Still able to communicate with our fan base and with our family and friends. But it's tough to not be able to get out and perform. Yes, it's tough to not be able to get out and perform to people. It takes away a part of you, because as a singer, songwriter, performer, I live off the people. I literally, and then energy wise, I literally live with people, and to not have that, it's scary. It's scary for all of us that have lost so much in this time. But as an artist who lives off of that, it's a very difficult space to be in. I'm not going to lie, it's a very difficult space.
I agree with you because it's hard to develop that energy without those people being there.
Yeah,
you feel them. You feel if they like your song. You feel the movement. You feel the energy from the clapping, or if they start singing with you. That's even. I mean, that's a compliment when they start singing your song with you.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. You know, but the biggest part of the performance are the people. It's not what you're doing.
Wait, so Alexander, do you actually perform in front of people? I mean, there's a bunch of people out there and stuff like that. Is that
That's how I met her. That's how I met her.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay. And they're called fans, right?
They're cool fans.
They're
called fans.
Yeah. See, I come from that other world. You said, that lockdown thing. I'm used to that. And then they let me out. And then I got on IBM TV. That was a big mistake. But that's their problem, not mine. But see, you're totally different. You actually see people, and they're actually in the audience, and you sing at them.
I go out and occasionally see people. Yeah. Really? So, I have been performing since, I don't know, a kid, like at least 7 years old, at least 7 years old.
You were labeled pretty long. Like you've already a record label, right?
I was signed to a record label right out of high school. I was 18. It was a local label here in South Africa. I don't know if you guys know who David Gresham is. He was a presenter in South Africa, a radio presenter. And it was his record label. I was with them for about 2.5 years, and I was more in the pop side of the market. And I mean, it was great. I had a bit of success on South African radio. Became a bit of a pop princess, which was fun. But I just realized it wasn't quite hitting the core of really what I wanted to do. So we parted ways after 2.5 years. And it's great that we still have a bit of a relationship as well. They still message back and forth, congrats on the new single sort of thing. But I've been independent for about 3 years, I think. And that's when I literally went online, bought a ticket to Nashville, and got on a plane and rocked up.
Wow.
And that's what. And I can go back
to just boom. Can I borrow your guitar? And
yeah, the funny thing is, Ken, that I went there for the first time with my mom, having literally looked up Nashville online and on Google Maps. And I literally looked around like, there's a bar here. I had no idea what a writer's round was, which is what gigs are mainly in Nashville. No idea what a writer's round was. I had no idea if my songs were good enough. Nothing. I literally rocked up, went on that old trolley tour of Nashville.
That's what I was doing. Yep.
I go on. I promise you, I've been on that trolley tour at least 4 or 5 times. When I go with another family member, I take them. I go by myself. I just love that tour. And it takes you on the whole tour around the city. I go to the international farmers market that I love, and see all the sights. And we passed Bobby's on the way on that very first tour. And I said to my mom, listen, I'm hungry. Can we rather get something to eat? I don't know. I don't want to sit in a bar right now. I want to go get something to eat. But we wrote down the name saying we'll come back later. And that's literally what we did. We got something to eat, came back later. Didn't have my guitar or anything. Walked in because of the red solo cup thing. I was like, I gotta go see where the song was made. And there was old Jim playing.
Yeah, there's Jim.
We were sitting at the bar, and I played a few songs. And I asked Jim, like, I see there's like a writer's round thing happening tonight, which was a Thursday. And I said, what's a writer's round? And can I be part of it? Whatever. And he said, listen, come tonight. Let's see what happens. I got to know Josh, who was the bartender at the time, and we're still good friends. And he said to me, listen, before you go on stage, go out that back door. It's next to the soundbox. Go out that back door and go and see what's happening. And I was like, listen, a dude in Nashville's telling me to go out a back door. I'm not, no, I'm not doing something weird. But I thought after a bit of
I heard about that stuff.
I just I'll just
go to the back door and meet Harvey. Go to the back door and meet Harvey.
But that's the thing. You're so acutely aware of these things when you're a young woman lady in the industry. You got to be aware of these things. But I thought I'd just put my head around the door just to see what's going on. I look around, and there's a couple of like older dudes, like proper like Tennessee. They've got the cowboy hats on, they got white hair, and they're playing the old guitars that they've had since like 1862, you know? And they're sitting around this campfire and they're playing their songs. And one guy who I'm still friends with, Frank, has sorry, Kim?
To be invited back there is an honor. Like, it's an
Can
honor.
I tell you, it was, and I realized it walking in, because the energy inside the bar was like Macarena cool. But walking outside and just seeing that campfire with the guys, they had like a cajon, like a drum, playing these guitars. And I can't remember who was singing. It might have been Ray, who was singing, who's one of the most well-known street singers in Nashville, which was just amazing to come across this guy. And he was singing this old country song that he'd written years ago about some neighbor he'd had, and it was just a story. And I sat there in awe of this, and I don't want to join. I was like, it's like something special. You just want to touch, you just want to watch it. And then I see my mom walk out with my guitar, because I left my guitar inside the bar, and she walks out and she says, "Just have your guitar." And so I sat on my guitar, watched them for another song or two, and then Frank, who I'm still friends with now, who's playing the cajon, he turns around to me and says, "Do you want to join?" And I was like, yeah. Yeah, I want to join the circle. So I grab my guitar and I'm like all like wobbly, and I sit down. I don't quite know what song to sing, because now it's not like a gig. It's not like you have an audience. You need to whip out your best thing right now. You need to whip out the best story you have. So I decided I'd whip out the song that I'd written a couple of years ago. It was one of those cheesy storytelling songs that I wasn't like myself convinced of, but I thought, just play it. I play the song, and at the end of it, there's like silence. There's silence, and I'm confused. Did I mess up? Did I do something wrong? And then Ray looks at me and says, "That's a good story. That's a good story. Play another one." I'm like, wow. They didn't compliment me on my voice. They didn't compliment me. They complimented on the story. I was like, wow, that is the core. That is the reason why I do this, for the storytelling, for the song. So, I mean, that was like my second night in Nashville, and I fell in love with it. So, yeah.
You know, to be invited in the back, now Bobby's idle hour is gone now, but to be invited to the back is where all of the best writers go. And most of these writers used to write for all the big time people. You will hear that. You will know, but it's kind of like, it was weird because like they had a sofa back there and they had a campfire, and but you know,
now if there was a bed back there, you better get out. And if Harvey's
run,
go somewhere else. It ain't the back room you want to go to, Alexander.
No, it wasn't that, fortunately. It was the first and only time I've ever walked out a back door.
Right. Well, yeah, I would be very hesitant about doing that. But that's
trying to see somewhere.
You should have told him, Alexander. You should have told him. Look, I'm from South Africa. We have the best vocal cords in the world. Okay, you want to hear some? There you go. Not that would be arrogant, but it would be true. They did a study on all the best vocal cords and all around the world, and they came from South Africa. So it is what it is.
Well, that's very interesting that you say that, because I think a lot of I mean, I'm South African, but when it comes to Africa, it has something to do with our nasal structure. Something. I don't know what it has to do, but it has to do with that, and it just resonates somehow. I don't know how, but yeah, that sort of, that thing is there. So there must be some scientific truth.
Right, there's some truth, and then you have to market. There was this person who markets like crazy, who does really well. Let me see if I can find her name here. It's Taylor Swift. You ever hear of her? Okay, Taylor Swift.
No, never heard of Taylor Swift.
Never heard of it. Anyway, she markets the bejeebers out of her stuff over here, and at the end she always goes, ah, 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 and I'm going like, ugh, that must be Taylor Swift again. Okay, and she does the same thing over and over again, but she is a great marketer.
Well, one of the things of the old timers, if any of you are from the older school, that's one of the things they complain about. And if you go to like Loudermilk's studio, he doesn't want to do the same old musicians where they're tweaking their music to where it sounds flat and the same. They want that real, natural sound, like Alexander was talking about, and it's a very rare, unique sound that comes out of it.
Well, let's see if they listen to Taylor Swift in India. Shankar, do you ever listen to this Taylor Swift, or do you know who she is? Shankar? Shankar. He's not.
I couldn't get your question.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Taylor Swift in India? Taylor Swift.
Yes, I have. But when you said then, I recollected, but I'm not able to all the context part of it.
Okay. Well,
So, if you could let me know something more about, that would be very helpful.
okay. Well, I just wondered if you ever heard of her. Peshus Gupta, have you heard of Taylor Swift?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay. Is she big in India, or do you guys go, who's she?
Well, among the musicians, yes.
Oh, she is? Okay. She's a great marketer. That's what, well, you know, my opinion. You know.
So that is how I remember her, because I myself am a musician. So yes,
Okay.
I listen to all those songs.
Okay. Just
Especially,
right.
especially during this time. And I remember seeing Titanic number of times just for the last scene where all the musicians are playing, and they're playing such a beautiful song. I
Okay.
still have written on my diary, and I always read it when I am depressed, when I am sick. I start. It says, "Nearer, my God, to thee.
Yes.
At the moment of death, God helps. Nothing should be feared forever."
Oh, really?
These are the
Okay.
beautiful lines from Titanic, and that was a beautiful, remarkable scene. And I still cry over it.
I remember.
Yeah, but Titanic didn't have a good ending.
My children see me crying in that movie always,
that
and
ship
they
go
say,
down? Didn't that ship go down in Titanic?
yes,
Leonardo DiCaprio, he went down
yes.
too, didn't he?
And
Didn't
then
they?
Actually,
everybody
today
starts
today's the anniversary, I think.
Really? The anniversary
Yeah.
of Leonardo DiCaprio went
the
down?
Titanic.
Oh, the Titanic went down.
Oh, yeah. Leonardo DiCaprio, he came back, didn't he?
Leave it to America to make tax day the next day.
Oh, really?
But, yeah, tomorrow's tax day.
Great Titanic day.
The Titanic went down the day before, so you know.
Okay, Alexander, how would you remember that this is the day that
It's
Titanic
a
went
classic.
Okay, so can I tell you that? So I'm strange. I'm quite weird.
You are?
I have yes. I firstly have a lot of fun facts,
to have you
right? Like I like lots of fun facts. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not like my dad's like an academic and he's very smart,
Right.
but I just have fun facts. I just got
Okay.
that part
All
of,
right.
it,
Fun
of,
facts.
of the DNA. And then on top of that, I love anything as I say, oldie worldy. So I love the royal family, and I love the history of it, and I love
You like
I love
Breakfast at Tiffany's?
yeah.
Of
So
course,
anything from like before World War One to like the 60s, I am there like a bear. So fun fact. That's why I know about Titanic.
Okay. Yes, I would say. All right, so you're very interesting. So the thing is, when you go out on a date, you just say, "Did you know this was the day that the Titanic sunk?" They go, "Oh yeah, it's a great conversation starter. That's a great conversation starter."
I would probably
You would
do that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All
Yeah.
right. And then you would break out into some song, and they think you're from the 40s or something, right? And you say, "Well,
Probably.
yeah."
So equivalent to the Titanic sinking. This is when Nick and I met 4 years ago.
Yeah. It's a historical occasion.
Congratulations.
Put on the calendar that the Titanic sunk today, so everybody needs to be aware of that in case.
It's a good anniversary. I'll get out the champagne because it's past 5 o'clock, so I'm good. I'll drink the champagne. You guys can wait.
I got some left over from Easter, but no, we met at PBS 4 years ago. This time.
That's a station that they have here.
I got the paper over here. I'll go pull it out. I met Nick Palaveda. I had a golden ticket to go to the PBS hackathon. I was curious why they're having a hackathon, but somebody gave me a free pass. It was not free to go. And
I had to pay for mine.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's the reason I started hanging out with Kim. Free passes are important. See, I want to go see Alexander May perform in concert, so I need to figure out how to get that free pass. Is that possible?
Yeah, you can just stay with me. Stick with me. She's going to come to Nashville.
Are you going to be on with this Taylor Swift?
No, Nick.
You and Taylor?
We got our performers. We got.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to do Taylor.
Musicians. We're going to.
Well, if you can get Taylor, that'd be cool.
You would want her, really, to sing?
I would rather. I can get.
Let me give her a call. Just a second. Let me get Taylor on the line.
You know who Pharrell is?
Oh, Will Ferrell, is that his name?
No, Pharrell, the singer. Happy. I'm so.
I don't.
You know him? I could get him.
I'm happy. Clap along if you. You don't know that song?
I don't know any.
Room without a roof.
No, you don't understand, Alexander. You have to get. When I was in elementary school, we took a class called music, and my teacher said, "You're musically challenged." I didn't know. Okay, so I've been designated musically challenged. So I don't know any of these people. So
He knows how to
get on the phone.
he can't
I get on the phone. I do talk to people. I'll get on the phone. Hey, is Taylor Swift there? And I'll get a hold of her. And we'll get her.
Pharrell.
I can do it.
I can probably get Pharrell to come. I've got an NFL player turned musician in Nashville.
Cool.
Oh yeah, the NFL guy. I saw him.
King.
The musician. This dude, okay, is a football player and one of the highest paid football players in
Chris Yearwood, I might be able
the United States. It's American football, so don't.
Is he the guy that we had on the other night? That you played the music video the other night? Him?
Yeah.
Was that him? Oh, he's great.
He was a defensive.
Yeah, he's a friend. Yeah.
He was the highest paid defensive end in the
He was
NFL.
the best defensive end. Yeah, he was the best.
Highest paid and the best in the NFL, and now he's turning into a musician. I was wondering what happened to him. Is he okay?
That's really cool, though. We should totally get him.
He lives in Texas. He actually had a ranch out where my family ranch is in Kerrville, which not many people know about Kerrville. And we were talking, and he goes, "I just sold my ranch in Kerrville." And I go, "Oh my gosh!" So because it's like he said, you don't want to live in there's nothing goes on out there except for Friday night and Saturday night rodeo. But he goes, really, you need to be kind of retired to live out there. And it is true. There's nothing that goes on out there. It's just beautiful country. But so he sold his ranch, and he's back up in the Dallas and Colleen, Texas area right now with his family. But yeah, I'm going to get him to join us, and he's actually been airing his music on IBM TV. So I'm excited. This is what I told Nick. There are just so many good artists out there, music artists that don't make it to the big time radio that are better, actually, in my mind.
Oh, are you Alexander May? This one here is that?
That's me.
That's
me. Yeah.
I Googled you. You're actually on Google. It's like you popped up.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're a real person then. Okay, I wasn't sure. All right. Just get to know you. You're on YouTube and everything. Right. Do you like jewelry? Do you like jewelry or not? Is that the deal? It says,
say that again. Do I like jewelry?
It says Alexandra May Jewelry. Is that?
Oh no, that's I think just a jewelry company that I have nothing to do with.
We have nothing. Okay.
But same name, so there must be something happening there.
Something happening there. Okay, right. So they have you as a musical artist. Would that be correct?
I am the musical artist. Yes.
Songs and everything. Okay, I'll have to go through all this stuff. Usually, I research everything before people come on, so I know a little bit more about them. And I'll have to research this Taylor Swift person too, because everybody. And before I bring her on, and then you could do this duet or whatever singers do, I guess.
That'd be really cool. If you could get Taylor Swift on, I could totally do it with Taylor Swift.
Okay.
I would love to.
Just wanted to know, wasn't really sure. You see, sometimes I'm not sure because like yesterday we had Senator George Lemieux on with David Walker, who's the former Comptroller General of the United States, along with the economics professor and dean of Yale University. They're all on together. Okay. The real problem is we bring them on IBM TV. I'm going, I wonder if they hate each other. No. In other words, Taylor Swift, I don't want to talk to her. So that's the reason I always ask or try to. Sometimes
I might be able to get Akon to join us. I bump into him.
No, don't say that, Kim. Like you're just throwing names out here, like sugar, spice, everything nice. Just throwing names out right now.
We're going to have
together.
In about an hour and a half.
There we go. I think he's following me.
Okay, Robert Krantz is going to be on with us in about an hour and a half. He is the producer and the starred in Faith, Hope, and Love, which runs right now on Netflix. Okay, so I was actually watching Netflix about a week ago, and I'm going, hey, this is great. I thought it was a great movie, and it runs on Netflix right now. So I got on the horn, and I said, I'm going to go chase this guy down, because you go to internet, hey, Robert, can you get on IBM TV? And so he said, yes, and he'll be on in about an hour and a half from now. So he'll be
Very
on
cool.
part-time. So yeah, you can meet him. He brought this lady on with Dancing with the Stars. Oh, they dance all over the place. And she was really good. So maybe in his next movie, because he's got a 2-year contract with Netflix, so he's producing movies. I was going to try to steal
That's very cool.
TV. Maybe he needs a singer. And you can sing la like this lady can dance.
Maybe he does need to sing it. I can't dance, but I can definitely sing. So,
There we go, baby. We get to meet Robert because he's got 2 years of having to do movies with Netflix. Can you imagine that? You got to produce movies for Netflix for 2 years. Who wants to do that? He does.
What a bore.
I know, that's what I would think. That's a bore. But anyway, that's what he's doing. So anyway, we can't. I told him, I said, look, because you're a 2-year contract, we can't have you on IBM TV.
So I might be able to get Trisha to join us. Trisha Yearwood.
Trisha Yearwood.
Trisha
Have you
Yearwood.
heard of her? Her name's Trisha Yearwood. Do you know her?
Yeah, so I
Kim
might
knows what she is.
Throwing names out there, Kim. Oh my gosh,
I just
Kim,
don't know if
come
you know any
on.
of these people. I don't know who they are. So I
Can
just
I tell
call
you
them up.
something?
Oh,
Can
Taylor.
I tell you something that I like to keep up to date with these names and these people that Kim's just throwing out. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh, really?
But I have to tell you, every time she says a name, I did an interview years ago. It was a TV interview, and it was myself and then another, like a rapper, an up and coming rapper, young guy here in South Africa. And he was from another part of South Africa. So we completely grew up in two different sides of our little world.
Yeah, South Africa's
And
a big country. People don't know that.
It actually kind of is. And I was chatting to him, and I was telling him, because I know that Christina Aguilera said this quote, that there's enough room on my iPod for everyone, back when iPods were a thing. And so I was like, well, that's a really cool statement. So I felt like telling this guy, and in conversation, and Christina Aguilera said this, and he went, who?
That would be like me.
Christina Aguilera.
But
Yeah,
most of the time,
I'll never be that way.
so here's the problem with me. I'm kind of like Nick. I'm more of a scientist. Most of the time, I don't even know who these people are. I really don't.
Usually,
Nick is, they're telling me, Kim, if we get, would you mind interviewing Ashton Kutcher? I go, who's he? I really didn't know. But later I find out so this is what I like about it though, is that when I talk to them, I really get to know them one-on-one because I ask them genuine questions. I'm not afraid of them. And like when I met Neil Shapiro, I'm sitting down next to him, just having and everybody, and the one guy who sat me down, he goes, you don't know who he is? He's like the most powerful man in the TV industry, and you're sitting next to him. And I'm asking him, well, tell me your story. Tell me what you, and he did. He told me his whole story. He came on, he interviewed with us. But sometimes just being ignorant to who these people are.
That's great.
Yeah. I didn't know who Akon was. He was walking right past me, and I wanted a group picture, right, of the people I was with. And I go, well, here's a guy. Here, come over here. Can you get a picture of and they go, Kim, don't you know who he is? No. Would you mind? And he's just laughing. Oh my God, he's just laughing. And he's taking a picture. And I realized, oh my God, this is somebody famous. And I go, no. And I grabbed the phone from him and I handed it to this other guy. I go, would you get a picture of us together?
Oh my gosh. Do you know what somebody should invent? Do you you guys have an app called Shazam in America or in India? Shazam.
Ask our Ankit or patient. I don't know.
It's Shazam. It's like I'm an iPhone, so I now just ask Siri, but it was like an app where you would click it and then you'd hold it to like a speaker, and then it would identify the song, right? And you can now do that with like Siri, and it'll tell you what the song is called, right? The artist and the song name, So somebody should invent one for faces, so that when you just take a photo of someone, it just comes up with like their Facebook page or something, and you can just like secretly like take a picture of them. You get all the information, and then there's no, you don't have to worry, and you don't have to research them. The info is all right there.
That'd be a good idea.
There's a tab on Google where you can scan, and Google will tell you who are you. I'll show you right away.
Oh, really? You can take a picture.
I did not know that.
Right, you can do that with all your fans. You're kidding.
I had no idea.
They identify IBM and they are trying to identify others. So they identify IBM after clicking the pic because they find out the logo actually, and everyone is having the IBM TV written on the name, so they've identified the IBM. So I mean, it's easy.
I had no idea.
And Kit's a tech guy, you know, and he knows
Yeah.
1.3 billion people. So
you find there are two links. One is the mic link, and then one other is scanner link basically. Once you scan it on any pic or any one space, and then Google will identify.
That is so cool. I'm gonna do that now.
When you talk about the Facebook thing, that can be possible because I think either Facebook will do it or maybe a third party companies can work on it.
Oh,
So
I have a question for you, Alexander. Okay, because you sing a lot, right? Okay, so you sing a lot, and that's part of your job, right?
Yeah.
So when you get on stage or you got this gig, you got to sing. Do you go, oh no, I got to go to work today, or do you actually like it?
Oh no, I like it.
So you don't say, oh no, I got to go to work today. It's time to sing.
No, you know what the thing is? I'm one of those. It's so cliche, and everybody says it. But I'm one of those really lucky people that kind of wakes up and I love what I do. You know, I wake up and I feed the animals, feed all the cats and dogs.
Oh wait! I thought you're in South Africa. Don't you feed lions and tigers and bears and all that stuff? Elephants are in your backyard. I mean, come on, you're in South Africa. You know,
lions and tigers and bears.
I mean, don't you say, hey, I'm in South Africa. You know, it's time to go feed the animals. Hey, cheetah, get over here. Hey, lion, your turn.
You know what? It's so funny. We you know what? I honestly get asked that question like in real life. Really often. It's really strange. I don't own any wild animals. We have bunnies, if that counts. I have bunny rabbits.
They have roos up in Australia, mate. But did you do one of your musical things with the zebras and the hanging out with the zebras and the lions and the cheetahs and all that other stuff and say, well, it's an African, South African musical, right?
Yeah, no. When it comes to those sort of creatures, we live, my family and I live on a like a small holding, like a plot. It's like a farm, but a small
You
farm.
live on a ranch. You live on a ranch. Okay.
Like a ranch, I guess. So we do sort of have like porcupines. If you guys like, you know what a porcupine is? It's like a hedgehog, but a hedgehog small, and porcupines are quite big. And we've had a couple of those guys. We've had Janet's, which is like a wild cat, which is like it's about that big. So we do get those sort of creatures, but mainly.
When you feed the animals, I was thinking, okay, she's in South Africa. Here comes elephant.
No, those guys are up the road. They're up the road.
No, have you ever heard of the Bellamy Brothers? They did a song, "Let Your Love Flow Like a Mountain Stream." You ever hear of them at all, or not? It didn't make it.
No, but now I feel like I should go and research the song.
Okay, yeah, go check it. It was actually a pretty good song. We'll talk about that one later when you're done feeding the elephants. So you really have elephants in your backyard then, eh?
Yeah, no, up the road, yeah. But I feed the animals, feed the wild bunnies, feed the cats, the dogs, and I walk into my little studio, and it's just I'm one of those lucky people that just get sit and create all day, and writing whatever. And usually gigs are in the evening, which mess up my schedule. So I work late, and it's a weird schedule to have, I guess.
Are you still doing gigs? Or are you in lockdown? You can't do no gigs.
No. So lockdown. I've been in this house for 4 weeks. I've not left this house in 4 weeks.
Are you going stir crazy yet?
I've been going crazy. Every time like I FaceTime a friend, I'm craving human contact.
We can always get on IBM TV. We got a lot of crazies here, So
I'm enjoying this because I get to I get to talk to people.
You get to talk to people from all over the world. How can it be?
It's so great.
She start her own TV show. And Kit, let's talk about that. And we've got Nick Unge is back, and Pekush. So we've got all kinds of people that we can help promote you. We didn't really get a lot from Pekush and who he is, but let's talk about Alexander's show.
So I think Alexandra finalized the name of the show. Can you reveal the viewers what's the name of the show on IBM TV?
Oh shoot. Am I right in saying it was Alex's music stories? Am I right that that was it?
No, whatever you want to name it. I mean,
Oh, I
we have.
can't say that. I forgot what we decided the other day because we had two options.
We
had
can have more
stories,
options.
Alexandra May.
Musical stories with Alex or maybe something like that.
How about Alex's
I like that.
Music Cafe? How about Alex's Music Cafe?
That also right.
I dig it. I think that's really cool. Alex's
It's very
Music
old
Cafe.
school. It's very classic, right? And we can even get you playing at cafes once this is up.
Once this is gone, I can definitely go play
How
a cafe.
about
I love
Alex's
that.
Music Cafe? People dial in and they can watch you at your music cafe.
And I can have a cup of tea or coffee with me, and that's it. So there we go. Cheers.
Do what you love, people. Do what you love.
Do what you love. I love it.
So we've got Nikunj and Payush. Also we didn't get to Pay. Did I pronounce that right? Payush.
Yeah.
That's right.
Payush, explain to us who you are a little bit.
Sorry.
Let's talk about who you are and welcome to the family.
Yeah. I have some special liking for music.
Okay.
At the time of crisis, I always go towards music. I don't know why. It pulls me there. And then one day I had a great realization that all music is all life because that is why our heart has beats. And that is the moment, I always suggest to my friends who are now isolated, living in their own houses because of the lockdown. Last, like Alexandra also said, for last 4 weeks she has been inside. I have been in my house since last 6 weeks. So music turns me on. It tells me, yes, it is going to support me. It is going to help me to come out of this. And again, I'm saying, I always like this because music provides a means to regain control over my emotions, over my anxiety, over my blood pressure, everything. So at this point of time, all musicians should get together and produce so much of good music that people in the world who are now alone, maybe some are all alone, some are with families, some are with friends, everybody should be happy because music makes everyone happy.
I agree.
And music keeps everybody together. That's what I feel. And that's why I keep playing my synthesizer most of the evening. To all my, I sit in the balcony and do it because I want my neighbors to be happy. I want my neighbors to come out and clap with me when I'm singing a song myself. Maybe a Hindi song, not an English one, because I'm not very good at singing English songs. But yes, whenever I sing, I see my neighbors clapping with me, and that gives me an immense pleasure. Yes, everybody is enjoying, even during the time of COVID.
Yeah. I agree. I think
What
that's
I
so
feel.
wonderful. I've been watching those Facebook videos. It's mainly been happening in Italy, but it could be happening in other places where the police are going out into the streets and are singing to the people in the neighborhoods, on the street there. And I just think and I saw one guy bring out his guitar and they're all clapping along, and it just makes me feel so proud to be part of that industry and to see how the world is just uniting. And like you said, it music does something very magical. Music does something. It makes a moment memorable. It helps you with your emotions, helps you through bad and hard times. And yeah, I think music is definitely going to help a lot of people, especially in this time right now. And the funny thing is, as a muser, you don't get by people that hire you. You get some great people that want to hire you for their venue, whatever, to play. But then you also get people that don't quite appreciate the music and they just want you there and they don't quite appreciate you as a musician. But I think now people are really going to understand the importance of the arts, whether it be music, art, movies. Those are the people that you thought you didn't need. but you really are using them a lot right
You know,
now, and that's quite special.
You know, it's funny you say that because my son was in music when he was very young, and the budgets in the school system were being cut, and they were going to cut music, not
Wow.
the football after. And I'm like, wait a minute, you know, and it was orchestra, and I'm like, why would you do orchestra? Any child in school can pick up and learn how to play an instrument, whether they're good at it or not, it's different. But they can all learn, right? They all can't play football. They all can't play baseball. But they can all pick up an instrument and learn. But I want everyone in the board, school board, to think about this. Music is part of a bigger plan in our lives. Think about this. What would a movie be like watching if we didn't have music? All right. It would not be. What would be the morning like if you didn't have a sound of some kind coming out of your radio or the TV, right? Everything's got music lead to it. Music is playing, right? You hear a tune and it immediately brings a memory to you. It's the story of whatever it was that was being shared. So I asked when we won, we kept the music in school, but you have to sometimes, unfortunately, sell people on something that we appreciate and have every day that they would forget about. I could not believe they wanted to do away with music. I just
I think that's really that's quite sad, because you're 100% correct when you say that it's something that it's just always there. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and not turning on your side table light, not turning on the bathroom light as you walk in to brush your teeth? Like, music is one of those things, when you suddenly don't have it and you're not able to just turn it on, you really do feel it. And I feel that music ignites us. It does all those wonderful things, but it's also such a great learning tool for kids. And to cut it from a school is beyond crazy for me, because it's where I have all my friends. It's in music. It's where you learn social skills. You learn how to respect other people, especially in an orchestra, in a choir. You learn how to take direction. You learn how to blend your voice with other people, so that you're not on top of everyone. You're not overpowering other people. You learn so many social skills, and I don't think a lot of people get that.
And you can even be like me and not really have a good singing voice, but you learn to sing with others. Harmony. Hello, Sasha. So there are just so many things that you can do, and I think music is just enjoyable. I sing in the shower all the time. I don't know what my shower would be like without singing and turning up, because I'll turn the music up and it awakens me. Like, it gets my mood going, and I can't imagine life without it. And but when it was weird to keep the music, and I pretty much had to sell them on the fact that music does make money. Like, you cannot have a movie without music. You cannot have a concert at the park without people knowing how. A concert isn't just one person with a guitar. A concert can be a whole symphony, right? So, but anyway.
Well, Alexandra, I mean, our viewers would like to know: have you played any kind of unorthodox musical instrument which is not on the same line, and people just use it like that? Maybe music from a table or somewhere from the woods, or maybe from stones, something like that. Any experience?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you're gonna have to say that again. I'm so sorry. We were actually in the middle of a storm in South Africa. So, so do you mind just saying that again? It's literally storming outside.
So what I'm asking is that, have you played or have you experienced any unorthodox musical instrument while doing your music or songs?
Oh, I see. Well, not really unorthodox. I mean, I play the guitar and I play the piano. I do learn. I have learned a bit of bass, but it's not really, and a bit of drums, but it's not really guitar and piano. But I've never really learned like a weird instrument. I do want to learn how to play the banjo and the mandolin, those sort of instruments, just because they sort of fascinate me. But I've got friends who play for me they look like strange instruments, but they're actually some like Indian drums, and those am I right? They're like these silver ones like that, and you sort of drum them with your fingers and you make like that. And I've got a friend who plays it, and I find it the most fascinating thing to watch because it's a completely different skill. It's not like playing the piano, and it's not like playing the drums. It's a different thing altogether, and I find it fascinating. I really do.
Yeah. So in India, I think we play a lot of instruments, and there are a lot of people who do music. I think Piyush is one of them who plays a lot of instruments. Piyush, you want to share something about your musical stories?
Well, I used to play guitar when I was 8 years old.
Oh.
Then the life changed. And then when I got retired, my wife asked me one day, "What do you want to do?" I said, "I want to follow my passion. I want to dance. I want to learn salsa. And I want to learn music." And at the age of 58 years, I joined music classes, dance and music. And now music is my soul. I mean, it's a food for my soul. I can't live without it. Whenever I'm talking to my team also over internet, over websites, they always hear music playing all the time. I mean, they say some noise is coming. It is not noise, it's music. It's the music which is playing. The other day I was playing music on my balcony, and my neighbors came and they said, "Okay, we'll play tambola. You start playing and you stop whenever you want to." And we were playing tambola.
That's
I
nice.
just switched on all my amplifiers and everything, and everybody was enjoying in the neighborhood. Social distancing and music, all going on together.
And Nikunj, how important is music for your street plays? On you have done a lot of plays and you have been acting in different medias. How important is music while doing those plays and while doing the acting?
Music is important to live. It's not only with plays and everything. You need music. So it's a very layman's example. As I'm stuck here in Bombay, and we just got a speaker day before the lockdown happened, and that speaker has been the only source of entertainment for the whole house. And we have heard music from say 80s 90s till present for the last 30 years, whatever music has been made.
That's nice.
That's good.
But I'm
So
asking
many people have also, many people will, after this was what Alexandra was talking before, many people will actually understand that being an artist is not something that's not precious enough, because in these kind of times it's only the artist that everyone is looking up to. Maybe listening to a story, watching on Netflix, listening to music, or anything that can actually cut down the mundane right now is the artist. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but
Very,
a lot
it's
of
very
viewers,
true.
a lot of our viewers wants to know that while doing those acting in front of thousands of people live, how important is music to improvise your acting? Because I think if there is no music while doing those plays, it's difficult for you to act. That's what the viewers would like to know.
So difficult to act is one thing, and plus it amplifies the performance itself. So I'll give you another live example. What happened that we have been recording the stories, and the first story that we recorded for 25 minutes had no music behind it, and many of the listeners actually did not appreciate the fact, because if you add music, they had a feedback. If you add music, it will give a life to the story. We did 4 more stories after that, and they have been really appreciated only because of the music that has been incorporated. There are many friends who make music at home, and currently they cannot do anything, so they are making the music, they're sharing it with us. We are reciting the stories, recording it, and then sharing it with people so that they can actually enjoy those stories. And it's actually the music that gives life to these stories. Exactly.
It's true.
It's a
And what do you think,
passion.
Alexandra and Nikunj, that what would happen post COVID? How the industry will shape up, and how do you need any innovations or any kind of changes in the current? I mean, the profession what you're doing, because I think COVID will be here for some time, till the time we won't find the vaccines. So, will there be any change in terms of performance, or I mean, playing in front of 1,000 people, or maybe using mask, or maybe sanitizing your instruments? What would be the ideal setup for you guys?
So we were discussing this in the evening, and because Piyush is also interested in music, and Alexandra herself is a musician, so they'll also understand this. But one thing is that now everything will be more digital. There'll be less people crowded in theaters and everywhere. There'll be more booking sites that will be going on selling digital content, and people will actually buy it. There'll be movies releasing on the digital OTT platforms before they enter the theater. And once, because this will not continue, someday it will end. And when it ends, I think everyone in whichever fraternity we are, we actually have to come together, be it the artists, be it the space providers, be it anyone. We have to come together to understand that we have to overcome this and look at the commercial success in a late at a later stage, because right now it's important to get back to share the same air. That's more important.
I
So I
got a
think
good
we do it
idea.
together.
So would you be hosting more plays on online? Is that what you are looking to do?
Yes, we will. We are done with stories. Now we are moving on to poems, and we'll be doing some plays also. So definitely.
So you can come to us and we'll show all your plays on IBM TV.
Definitely.
I got an idea though. Why don't you get a group together like this, right? And you read a play from right? Maybe even get a
How
group.
cool would that be?
How cool would that be? Just something.
I have a short play of 7 minutes. I just need 2 guys and 2 girls.
I'll be a girl.
Help a girl. There you go. You got, but seriously, how fun would this be? Maybe we could do that on our arts festival weekend. And have, get together the team that you're going to have this. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but we can do green screen.
Yeah, we can do it.
So these things do have green screen. And for those of you who use the white flat, if you have an Apple, sometimes it works as your green screen against a white flat. You have to play with it a little bit. But yeah, I've been kind of dabbling with the different green screen effects. But think about how much fun we could have. See, I love theater. Oh my gosh, I love theater. And I'm a horrible person for acting. I've done it, but to remember lines just wasn't me. But to do the TV show like Nick and I do, that's perfect because everything's just straight from the heart. And like poor Ankit's got to deal with us, but it's just straight from the mouth. But I have to tell people it's like 40 years of education up here that it comes out. But acting, I love theater. Every time I go to New York, I just have I'm like Nick. I have my week of theater planned, and it's just. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's say we're going to do it. I think it'll be so much fun. Find your team and rehearse it. You'll have your audience. I'll watch. And Kid and I will get our watch party going.
So we have a lot of ideas as well how to do the plays, and maybe we can create plays on the different themes what we do on IBM as well.
So let me show you a little bit of magic here. Let's show him a little bit of.
What happened?
Oh,
I thought
okay.
There was some kind of magic happening. Oh,
closer.
I thought she went for acting. Kim went for acting. Did she?
And you can just have 2 people. And so you can move things around. You can just zoom in on one person, or you can just have 2 people or just 3 people, and get your directorship back on. So it's that much fun. But what's even cooler is you can share a video or share a screen of a set you know, so you can have maybe it, but we can even get some VR into this. I can contact my VR developers and we can probably get some VR moving in. And then you could get Alexandra's form here and you can have the VR going on, right? And then zoom in and you can put the VR and both of you appear like holograms in the VR. Oh!
I love it.
Of course, this will take time. We'll do the first just like this, right? But
how about Nikunj? Can you elaborate the improvisation of the plays? What we used to do on the Amazon Comic Night, where we just have to create a theme and then people will improvise it instantly. Can we do something like this as well?
Yeah, we can. See, we can. I think to start with, it's better to have an improvised thing, and wherein everybody can play up to their skills. If somebody wants to sing, somebody wants to read, maybe somebody wants to play a guitar or anything, and they can actually improvise it like that, because everyone might not be having the same script or the way the lines have to be. But maybe what we can do is we can just pick up one theme, and theme can be anything. The theme can be about the world. The theme can be, telling about your local place that we live in. What is the situation like? Do you see people roaming out still? So something like that on a creative side, and however they want to do it. Maybe I do it in a poetic way. Alexandra does it with a guitar, singing through it. Piyush does it singing on it. So anything like that. I think we can start with that at least.
Yeah.
What I was trying to, convey is that there's a popular show called Stand Up on Amazon India. So they have 2 seasons. So one of the act was improvising, and they have a theme, and then people will improvise in different manners. So suppose the theme is music, so everyone will say something, and it will be kind of an act for the audience, and we have to be humorous and hilarious on that. What do you say about? Because I forgot the name of that girl, Shefali, or someone who used to do something like this.
Yeah, we can do that also. Or maybe what we can do is I can get a story, and somebody can give me the music behind it, and we share this. Yeah, that's why it came to my mind that we have 2 musicians here. So somebody can give the music. I can share the story with all of you, and you can pick your parts.
You know what? I can get the North Carolina Symphony on. or you know what? We've been watching Italy, how Italy has been performing, where they have people all over and different, and they are still composing music together via online, which is very difficult to do. I tell people this is, or even if they each individually recorded their own, to mix it, it's still a talent in itself. When Nick and I were talking about, it cost $1,000 a minute just to produce a simple show. You have to have people who can take, say we have 3 cameras and the audio and everything. You have to have a person who can mix it, right?
Yeah.
That's the most difficult part of all. It's one thing, but that's why Nick and I were like, God, we can sit down and interview people and talk all day, right? But it's that final piece together. And so, but yeah, let's get all of this together. This sounds like this is fun. I want to do this. This is going to be, and Alexandra, she could get her cafe going, and we can stop in and visit her, and she could be one of the female actresses. This is what I
can be a female actress. I can do that. Yeah. I actually started in theater. I started my musical career in theater.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to. I was doing sort of gigs and all, musical gigs when I was from like 7 or whatever. But when I was 15, I landed my first leading role in Beauty and the Beast. I was Belle, and I was 15 years old, and That's my sister, who was 12 and a half at the time, was my understudy, which was amazing because it was the very first time that the theatre had ever employed a youth, a minor, to be a leading character with another youth minor as an understudy. So that's where I started. And then my sister carried on, and she starred in the musical Evita. You know the musical Don't Cry for Me, Argentina? She was starring in Evita as the mistress. And she was traveling for the past 3 years. She's been traveling Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and China, actually. The whole of last year, she was traveling China and actually came back home just in time, in fact. So, yeah, musical theater is in my blood. I'm there like a bear.
Musical theater. Wow. Actually, Nick Jung had a very interesting thing. He says, you can read or you could sing. Okay. So I have a challenge for Alexander. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read and you're going to sing, and we'll see who gets the most votes. And I have great topics. As a matter of fact, here's what I want to read. Actuarial aspects of insurance and annuity contracts. Now, this is a really great book. Do you guys want to learn more about actuarial? Oh, look at this. Here's the reserve at the beginning of the year. This is exciting stuff.
Alexander,
the annual premiums. Look at all this.
Funeral song.
Fascinating.
Don't you want to read this? Okay. And see, my ratings will go skyrocketing. Every actuary in the world will want to listen to it, right? I think I can defeat the musicians. And you can go ahead and sing, Alexandra.
Wait, you know what, Alexandra? Do you know any funeral music to go with his reading?
wait a minute. It's actuarial work. Everybody will attend. Right? I mean, actuaries get no love. Have you ever met an actuary? I bet you haven't met an actuary. I mean, there's millions of them out there, and you should attract them as your people.
Okay, so time out, but because our viewers,
not a good idea.
They might not understand what is an actuary.
An actuary, they run numbers. I mean,
you're crazy.
Actuarial. You guys didn't take actuarial science. I mean, this is a great thing to put on IBM TV. I mean, we have lots of actuaries following us.
Explain what an actuary is, because right now, actuary, they think you're crazy. So
No. Actuaries, what they do is they run numbers on things. In other words, what we do is do projections. So what happens is we take all the data of all the people that went to your event, and we statistically try to figure out how many more would occur if you did something else, like you were on YouTube or something like that. So actuaries, remember those math nerds that were in high school with you? Okay, eventually they need a job and they become actuaries. That's what they do. They can't sing, they can't dance. Okay, I'm gonna give you a true story.
They actually make good money.
Nick's right, because I'm musically challenged, and that's something.
Okay. If you're musically challenged, you become an actuary. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. Okay, and the actuaries, they get no love and attention, and frankly, they don't. When we hired our chief actuary, this was years ago, I asked him. I said, okay, he knew everything about actuarial science. I could do everything all world. He says I only have one part of my job description, which might be unusual. I said, Charles, this is a true story. What's that? He goes, I don't talk to people. I said, seriously? No, I don't talk to people. Okay. And we hired him because he's brilliant. He goes back, he's in his back office. He's in the corner office. He's the chief actuary. He's running numbers all the time. Then finally a phone call came in for Charles. And I said, a phone call came in to the secretary, Priscilla. It's from South Africa. What should I do? Charles has a phone call. I said, send it back to him. So they send it back to him. Charles, ring, 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 picks up the phone, goes slam, and goes back working on his computer. He didn't talk to people. Can you imagine that? So the thing is, that is an actuary. Now you know what it is. That's the rest of the story. So what we'll do for part of our program, we'll read actuarial books. What do you think?
Yay.
Great idea, eh? Hey, great idea? Not a great idea.
People in science and math, actually, mathematicians are known to have somewhat of a musical mind, or music makes sense to them in many, many ways, because music is mathematics.
Yeah. And also we're talking about in India, they have this guy who's a famous actor. Is it Sultan Khan, or what's his name? What's his name? Sultan Khan. What's his name?
Shah Rukh Khan.
Shah Rukh Khan. Have you ever heard of Shah Rukh Khan, Alexandra? Wait, Alexandra.
I actually have.
Okay, you have. Willie Hill, Shah Rukh Khan. Have you heard of Willie Hill in Australia? Shah Rukh Khan. No. Did you hear that? Hey, ring. Hey, Shah Rukh Khan, baby. They haven't heard of you in Australia, mate. Okay, Alexander Starr from Canada. You heard of Shadow Khan. Ever hear of him?
She has. She said she had. Oh,
No, not Alexander. Alexander Starr, the other Alexander, the Canadian guy. Canadian guy.
Okay, am I Canadian guy?
Yeah, you're Canadian guy now, even though you're from Russia.
Not only that,
Have you ever heard of Shadow Khan? Ever hear of the name Shadow Khan?
Okay, would like to carry on about music a little bit more, or should we switch into something else?
No, I just want to know if you ever heard of the name Shadow Khan. Ever hear of him?
No.
Ah, there we go, baby. I told you next year. They don't even know who he is in Australia and Canada. So I'm going to get that dude on the phone, get him on IBM TV so he can introduce himself to half the world that haven't even heard of him. That's the name of the game. And that's what that other lady does really good, Swift Taylor, or whatever her name is. She does a great job of marketing herself. Okay, seriously, that's what it's all about. Because she's known, they all heard of Taylor Swift, but they had not heard of Shadow Khan. So yeah, we're gonna get those Bollywood people, put them online, put them on here, baby. You know, get this guy on the horn. Give him a call. Give him a call right now. You got his phone number? He's from India, right? Nick, at you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all know each other. Give him a phone call. You're in Mumbai. Doesn't he hang out in Mumbai? This Shadow Khan guy, huh? He hangs out there.
I'll try to get him.
Yeah, you should let him know what we just told him. Tell him what we just told him. I said the guys in Australia never heard of you, and the guys in Canada don't know who you are. You know, you may be well known in India, and but see, this is what actuaries do. You study demographics and you try to expand demographics mathematically. You know, open people's minds to the world of wonderful math. Right? We get no love, so you know, it's just the way it is. You know, dismal science. Okay, so in about 45 minutes, we're going to have our Hollywood producer on, Robert Krantz, who also, we had another guy who did a really great movie, Wesley Elder, and I told him, his movie was called The Match Breaker. I don't know if you ever saw it, but it's a great movie. I don't know if you can see it. He says it's running on Amazon. He's waiting for his contract to run out. But if you ever see it, it's a great movie. It's called The Match Breaker. And here's the storyline. It's about the guy that was hired by the in-laws to break up the wedding. Okay, you know, have a wedding, but the in-law doesn't like it, so they need to hire somebody to break it up. It's pretty cool, you know. And but it's unfortunately has a tragic story. The lead lady actually died in the middle of the production.
In real life.
In real life, yes.
Oh,
so the thing is, the series kind of got had a technical issue, but we're going to try to bring him on. We've talked to him before, trying to get his movies on IBM TV, but we're waiting for his contract to run out with Amazon, which is something happened.
The person on. Let's
Great
go
movie,
over a little bit of the statistics right now, because part of the reason why we're all together is the COVID lockdown, and this is not the fun part of the show, but this is why we still do this, is to bring people some data. Willie, do you want to share with us a little bit of how things are going? And he was sharing with us about how it's somewhat flatlining. We're finally reaching that plateau. You want to share with us?
Is that to Willie?
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
as to Willie. Willie was sharing with us that they were.
Okay.
You want to share with us a little bit more about Australia and how they're doing down there?
Yes, we've started I'm going to assume that it's the beginning of a flat line. The numbers are going down, or has been running even. 27, and slight incline. I mean, very slight, but all geographically all over the country, the numbers have been consistent. It's sort of running consistently on a flat line. A slight increase. The total numbers we've had, total deaths that we've had is 61. That's from 26 million people. We've had 61 deaths. The biggest spike we had was a cruise ship that, like they're tracking the source of the virus. The cruise ship was the biggest spike. And I don't know how that happened. That came into Sydney, and they just let the people get off, and the self-isolation. There was an issue with self-isolation, and the people just got off, and went their own way, and some of them even flew out of the country and flew over to the States. Yeah, it was really sad.
Yeah, that's why would they do something like that in this
I,
particular time?
I think there was miscommunication, because I don't think you would purposely go out of your way to do something mean or bad, but just miscommunication, not people not giving the right instructions. Okay, this is what needs to happen. I think that didn't happen. I mean, if you leave people to their own device, they'll kind of, just do their own thing.
Right.
And given that they didn't have any instructions, yeah, let's just go home. And everybody's doing that globally. When they said, "Oh, go
I want
home."
to share, because we're about data, and I am no doctor expert, but this is true. This is just facts, people. First off, you don't know that you have this virus.
Absolutely.
You can have it for 4 weeks. We know that the incubation period in the body can be 4 weeks before you see a symptom. And I just read a story about a woman in Charlotte. She self-contained 3 weeks ago because she has a low immune system. She's compromised. So she said, I'm going to lock down, except for she went by the pharmacy first to get the stuff, her drugs and everything. And she locked down. And then she had a package of food delivered to her house. And I guess she wasn't thinking as she was picking up the food with her hands. So they believe that that's how it got transmitted. But being locked down for 3 weeks, she was very upset because she managed to get it. She said it feels like a monster inside you, that it's very, very painful. But she's very angry and frustrated. I locked down for 3 weeks. Why do I have this? Well, now she's sharing her story. She hopes that she helps other people. There are a few things that, she could have actually picked it up at the pharmacy, because it takes 4 weeks sometimes. People don't realize yet where the contagions stop. They kept saying it wasn't airborne. But then they come out and they do a report called aerosol, which misleads everybody. Aerosol is airborne. I don't give a dang what anyone says. Scientifically, it's carrying through the air. All right. So just be careful, especially if you have a low immune system. We know for a fact that it's going to be 4 weeks before you might have a symptom. So start doing a diary. If you're not, if you're locking down and you want to make sure, start doing a diary of what you've done every day. If you picked up a package, so if it does happen, you can quickly look back and maybe identify the source. These are lab practices I used to have. And quite honestly, I don't practice it, and I should, but think about these things, because it's not over. And even when we think it's over, it's not going to be over. When they release us to go out, there will always be another COVID. This is a living organism on this earth. It is you and I, but in a different format. Okay. We may think it doesn't have a soul. We don't know, right? We don't know everything in life. And but it's a living, breathing organism that has to find a host to live. What they do know is that the better your immune system is, the better you are to fight it off. Potentially, the less likely you'll get it. I doubt it. But there are things that you can do to help prevent it, such as the peroxide solution of mixing water and peroxide, or salt water and peroxide, and rinse your mouth, rinse your nose 3 or 4 times a day during this period. Even your ears, they say, just preventive, right? Wear a mask. I told people in the beginning, the mask isn't to protect you. The mask is to protect other people.
Yeah.
That's why we needed to wear a mask. And there's a right way and a wrong way. And I didn't know this until I met Dr. Sagu, who comes on our show every once in a while. And he's actually going to start his own section of a show to give us all of these right things to do, because I think every day we're learning something new. But washing our hands, all day long, that's drying our hands out. But, we want to flatten that curve. And the only way we're going to flatten it is to stay home right now, but to build our immunity. We should be building our immunities while we're at home. And Dr. Yu comes on and he perpetually preaches this: absorb the vitamin D from the sun. get as much vitamin D as you can. Go, all right, guys, be a little careful when you do this. He says, go outside, sit in the sun, and open your mouth and get it in your mouth too. Just the flies might come in too this time of year. Cats too, but I go outside. I listen to these people, and I'm every day after the show. I go sit in the sun, cold or hot. I go sit in the sun, and I just absorb as much as I can because I think he's right. I think our immunity is very important, whether the COVID's out there or not. I think our immunity is very important. One of the things that is coming up that a lot of people are not aware, Nick talks about this all the time, is COVID-19 certification. All right. So COVID-19 certification means what? A lot of testing. Well, right now, the only way we can really test is our bodies, right? Which is our immunity level. And that's all they're going to be testing. They're going to be testing your immunity level. It's a 15-minute test. It's almost like a pregnancy test. And we'll probably be doing this for a while, almost like a diabetes test. How's your immunity levels, right? And I think there's one test out there. I'm going to have to go review the reports a little bit better, but there might be one that can say whether you've had the COVID virus, but it's not going to say COVID-19 or any, but whether you've had it. It's not going to say whether you have it now. So these are things that are happening in our lives. These are going to become our new normals. It's all about flattening the curve. Australia seems to have gotten control over it. One of the things I commend them for is taking care of their people. It may not be 100% joyful for a lot of people, but they made sure everyone had a stimulus check for staying home. And to me, that was very important because people didn't panic anymore about what am I going to do to pay my bills. People weren't asking their landlords to waive their bills off, which can be very dangerous because eventually you're going to have to pay your bills because they have to eat too. This is what I tell people, the landlord may own, or the property owner may own the property, but he pays bills too. He pays taxes, he pays all these things. So we have to be considerate of them too. And hopefully they're considerate not to throw people out to the streets when they're trying to survive. One of the things I wanted to talk to Nick about is he got stuck in another place during the shutdown. How are these people surviving? People who maybe were living in a motel at the time, can they continue living in a motel? And the reason why I bring this up is many years ago, I flew to, I didn't fly, I drove to DC for a conference. And while I was there, we had the world's largest snowstorm from North Carolina. Like it was 3 feet deep. I don't think we've ever had 3. So I couldn't get home. I could not get, but DC got some snow and it was shut down. But I literally had to live in the hotel until they could open the roads in North Carolina, which was additional week or two. And you think, oh, that's nothing. But if you don't have the money prepared for that, that can hurt. So these are questions I'm asking people, and trying to find tips for people who are out there on their own. Ankit and I keep saying you're not on your own. If you need help, email us. I've been trying to help people. One person emailed us out of fear because they could not find their sister. Email us. We'll do what we can. I can't promise you we'll find the answer, but you're not alone. Sometimes it helps just to talk about it and get it off your chest, and you can figure it out, right, Ankit? So India has done well.
We're trying to unite the world the way we can.
Share
the love and be united.
Be united. That's right. Be united, and always remember your many blessings. But by doing this, we can help people. Like if somebody called me and said, I'm stuck in South Africa, I don't know what to do, I know who to call, right? Or so they're just, I call Ankit because Ankit knows everybody. Or I'll just call Alexander. Ankit, we need help in the Philippines. I got somebody in the Philippines. I got somebody in Mexico. I think we got somebody everywhere but Italy and Japan right now.
No, we have people in Japan, but they don't want to come and talk to everyone about what's going on because they're scared and they are still at their home and they're isolated for maybe more than 2 or 3 months. That's what happened in Italy and Japan. I mean, I think there is some common restrictions, so they don't want to come and discuss that. But in the meantime, I think we'll talk about our next show.
politically they're gagged, right?
Yeah.
So and I will share this. I have friends that or colleagues that are executives in 2 different Chinese companies. And I've reached out to them just to say, you know, can you just even share something that I can share, or come on with a blank spot, no video, just a voice, and just share with the world a little bit. And no, I mean, it's not just a no, it's like a curt no. It's almost sad because I think if we became transparent and share the information, and if China had been a little more open about everything, we wouldn't be sitting in this situation right now.
But then you won't believe, I mean, there are a lot of people in India as well who don't want to come on IBM TV to discuss the COVID thing, because they think that government is monitoring them, and if they do something like this, they will not getting better paid off after COVID. And it's more about, it's all about this thing.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna but the government is monitoring, and there is no privacy anyway because they listen to everything you say.
But see, I mean, if they discuss their experience, they don't want to do it as well, because they think that government is only monitoring them. They're not monitoring anyone else. They are the very important people at this point of time, and that's what they do.
But I'm a testimony of that, right? I've been audited for 5 years, and they deny everything on my taxes right now, so I have to appeal it and appeal it and appeal it, because and things that Nick knows and anyone else in the financial world knows is allowable. They are just beating me up because I said something I shouldn't have. So there you go. So
and,
they're going to beat you up.
Let's get back to Alex's show. So we have the show ready for Alex. If you have any.
Oh, that is so cool! Look at that!
Woo! All right.
We have to finalize the time, and then we'll put it, and our viewers will follow you on your Instagram and on IBM.
And here I love it. And talk, and then maybe air some of your videos and talk, and have a talk show. Bring your sister on. Yeah.
I just did it on the first page. I tried to figure it out what we can do.
What do you think?
I'm calling my sister now. I love this. I'm going to get her in here right now quickly with us. Yeah, put this earphone in.
Star and Kid, we're better than David Carson's show, right? We're better than the Johnny Carson show now. Anybody who comes on becomes a star now. Woo!
Yeah.
There you go, folks. Oh, Alex, I always wanted to tell you that was one of my favorite photos of yours, but you always take a good photo.
Thank you. That's really kind. Thank you.
So back end, I was trying to figure it out what we can do for Alex. So I thought, let's do a banner for her, and then let's start the show.
There you go. We will. We're gonna get this show started. We've got a couple of other shows started. Hey,
my sister. She can't hear you, but she says hi.
Hi, Beauty. Jeff, all is the family. I know.
We say hi. Hey.
Nicholas, so what we want to do is
I'll get her to join me.
That can we do Namaste in different forms? What we do in India, and we can put it on IBM TV, because we wanted to teach everyone that how Namaste started and why we do Namaste, and there are different ways to do Namaste. Can we create a viral video or something like that on Namaste, where we have different people from India and different states?
Yeah, I'll have to research a bit, but yes, we can definitely do it. And it should be the way forward. It shouldn't be handshakes and hugs anymore.
Because people you won't believe, from White House, Dr. Fauci, I mean, he said that they might not be doing the handshake anymore now, and they have to come back to either some other greeting or Namaste or maybe something else.
Well, I'm against the elbow thing because that's still body contact, right? And I'm against the feet tapping because that's again body contact. But this is, to me, is many blessings, right? In my mind, I'm always saying many blessings for a brighter future. Namaste. So I just think that it's going to have to be the new norm.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I think we're all going to have to wear Darth Vader suits. So I shouldn't.
The song's name should be Namaste Corona.
Corona.
It would be viral actually.
It can. Yes, it can. There you go. Thank you, Ankit. You know what? Maybe I can get Pharrell Williams to write a song about Namaste. It's happy for you.
And Alex, we have a musical mark for you as well, which you can use it while doing your performance and shows. Here you go.
Yeah.
Yes. Unique.
I like those.
I love the hat. I love this hat. So the other thing is we have the Kentucky Derby coming up, and the big thing for my friends and I over the years, we've been getting together for I don't know how many years, is our hats, right? And we always make these big funky. I don't get as funky as they do at the Kentucky Derby, but we have fun, right? You know, the big bows and the flowers.
That's what it's all about, right?
To me, it is. You know, it's 7 minutes of horses racing, but 24 hours of hat and clothes and fashion, right? It's like the red carpet for celebrities. And it is. It really is. If you look, they don't have a parking lot for cars. They have a parking lot for private jets. Have you ever watched the Kentucky Derby?
It's crazy.
Have you? No. We'll do a watch party this year. It is phenomenal, right? But we build up to the Derby, right? It's not just, it's the Belmont. I mean, there's several horse races that build up to the Derby. The Derby is the big thing. It's 7 minutes of horses running, but literally millions of people. But what kills me is the private jets that park, not the cars, all the private jets. And I have friends who have always had reserved seats there. I've never been personally, but I've had friends who've been. So,
I have very good news.
I was just going to tell Alexandra, you know, if you ever need to take a break, you just put the camera off, the mute off, and then you can go take a break and you can come on back. So you just go back.
Wearing a hat.
Well, that's
Really?
entirely up to you. But the thing is, this way you can go feed the elephants, the cheetahs, you know, whatever needs to be fed back there. But just let you know,
Yeah, brush the lion's hair.
you can brush the lion's hair, whatever you guys do in South Africa, you know, whatever. Hey, speaking of which, I you know,
want to show people. Unfortunately, let's see if it'll come up. There you go.
There we go. The newest
babies. This is how babies are being born. And now a shield is put on them. So I have a feeling, you know, we're entering the Star Wars days where we're be shielded. We're gonna eventually. I think science fiction wrote our clothes, right? They designed our clothes for us, and we will be Darth Vader one day. But this is what they're doing now. Everything, you know, babies are born with a shield. Oh, check out our hot man from.
Well, you know, the thing is, the Hollywood guy is going to be on in about 30 minutes, so I have to make him feel welcome, dude. You know, I mean, the thing is, you got to learn to speak. You know, you speak Australian mate, and when Hollywood people come on, you go, dude, because everybody's dude over there. So you got to kind of practice that. How you doing, dude? Okay, because that's how they talk over there in California. You know, it's not like America. So you got to wear your dark glasses. Okay, come on. You got to get in the game, Alexander. Where's your dark glasses? You know, you got to put them on.
They're far, far away.
They're far, far away. You know,
the lions have them.
Oh, the lions. Sorry to hear that.
The lion's wearing them.
The lions ate your dark glasses. You know, I mean, because you got to make people feel comfortable. Whatever.
I think it's time for some music. I think it's been a while, and Alex is. I mean, just talking and viewers are asking when she'll be going to sing.
Oh, sing? Well, the thing is, she doesn't have the musical instrument and all the background and all the other stuff.
No, I think she can still do it. That's what she does.
Alexander, don't you need that piano or the guitar or all the other stuff that comes
right here?
Guitar? Are you kidding me? You can actually sing with the guitar?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just pretend.
You're going to pretend? Okay, well, let's do it. I want to hear the pretend. I'll mute myself.
You want to hear it? No.
Okay, wait. You got to put your best on. Here we go. Let's do it.
Okay, so Nick, we were talking about Nashville earlier, weren't we?
Nashville,
And Nashville, and Kim mentioned this bar, Bobby's Bar, that Kim and I met in, and I went home. I went home that night, and I decided that for that first trip in Nashville, I wouldn't write. I love the hat, Kim. That I decided I wouldn't write anything because I wanted to focus on experiencing Nashville, but I couldn't help myself. And I literally wrote this. It has to do with Jim Martin. It has to do with Ray, who I also met that night. It has to do with Josh, who's the bartender. And yeah, I wrote the song about them. So before I start, do you guys know what Tinder is?
It's of wood.
Yeah, you start a fire with it.
You start a fire,
also,
right?
Yeah. Also, it's a dating app. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
On Tinder,
That would start a fire.
yeah, that's so true. It does start fires. There you go.
Okay.
On Tinder, when you like somebody's face, you swipe right. So I thought, well, if Nashville was on Tinder, I'd swipe right for Nashville. So the song's called Swipe Right. Can you hear?
Love it.
Yeah.
Jim is playing his guitar better than I ever could. And Ray's got a song he wrote today about his neighborhood. And there's Josh sitting behind the bar. He's a strong and silent type. There's something about Nashville that makes me swipe right. The girls with boots and mini skirts, hair falling down their backs. The guys wear jeans and button shirts, wearing cowboy hats. And there are many folks from all over the world, many different types. There's something about Nashville that makes me swipe right. And there, long roads I'm driving, and my world is coming to something good. When I see that turn up on the highway, my heart jumps as if it's Friday. Yeah, for Nashville, I'd swipe right. Now, I'm missing home more than I thought, mostly my dog. The autumn African rain is what I'm dreaming of, but the air is full of legends who have shaped me and my life. There's something about Nashville that makes me swipe right. And there, long roads I'm driving, and my world is coming to something good. When I see the turn up on the highway, my heart jumps as if it's Friday. Yeah, for Nashville, I'd swipe right. There, long roads I'm driving, and my world is coming to something good. When I see that turn up on the highway, my heart jumps as if it's Friday. Yeah, for Nashville, yeah, for Nashville. There, long roads I'm driving, and my world is coming to something good. When I see the turn up on the highway, my heart jumps as if it's Friday. Yeah, for Nashville. Yeah, for Nashville. Yeah, for Nashville. Yeah. I'd swipe right. I'd swipe right. Hot swipe right. Just for Nashville, yeah. I'd swipe right. Well, that's my song called Swipe Right. Thank you.
Superb, superb, superb. There is no doubt about it.
Did you actually write that yourself?
That's the night we met. That's the day we met, Kim. Oh my gosh. Yes, Nick, I wrote that. Yes. I wrote that evening pretty much.
Did you copyright it?
Yeah, it's actually released on iTunes or Deezer or Spotify, wherever you guys download music. It's there. It's called Swipe Right.
Really? Okay. So it's copyrighted. What's that? You got to unmute. So can't hear.
Kim, you're unmute.
Right. There you go, guys.
There we go.
Okay, what's this?
There you go.
That's the day I met.
That's the day we met. And so yeah, no, it's I got a bunch of little clips of you there. And no, I'm glad we stayed in touch all of this time because
me too.
I'm the biggest fan. Every time you put something out, I'm like, yes. So I know this girl. I know this girl. Look, I know this girl.
Like, that's so kind. No, it's been so special. Whenever I speak about Nashville, I'm literally getting emotional because I should be in Nashville right now. I was supposed to be
talking about it, and I was going to plan to go up and visit you. So
yeah, I mean, I always message you whenever I'm going up. I'm like, are you coming? I mean, we keep in touch, but I'm literally supposed to be in Nashville, and I was supposed to be in Canada for about a week, and then in Nashville for a month, and just I was supposed to spend my birthday in Nashville actually, which is at the end of this week. So it's quite a special thing for me. It's like I'm missing Nashville. I miss being around music. I miss being around people that just speak my language, that speak the music language. But yeah, at least I get to still be in contact with people like Kim, who I've met in those special moments. And yeah, I can't wait to go back.
we're gonna have an AC party, and until then, we're just gonna party here. And
I love it.
Enjoy the
I just got a notice. We're gonna open up the country so you can come over here in about 2 years. Would that work?
Oh, thank you. I will plan for 2 years.
I don't know. It's gonna be.
But you know what? Between now and then, I hope to have a private plane, and maybe we can do stuff.
Hey, well, Jim,
cool.
we could get Jim Martin on. I mean, the other thing is, he's floating around somewhere in our cyberspace.
Yeah, so he's kind of struggling right now, as many people in Nashville are struggling because where they financially don't do very well, and when they cannot get out and perform, which is where they make their money. So these are real performers. Like Alexandra says, she loves to be in front of people. This is how they make money. They stopped making money thanks to our friend Napster, right? So when Napster was created, all of their income went down the toilet. You can see the BMI reports. They've showed them to me where they were making substantial income.
Wow.
Even the directors and even the producers, they all made a little bit of money every time they produced a record for somebody. And people go out and buy the records or CDs. Well, Napster came and nobody bought a record or CD anymore, right?
Wow.
So that killed. That whole industry died. They were all homeless, literally all thrown out of their homes, homeless, living on the streets. They no more had their studios. But the real performers said, you know what, I still love what I do. And they would go on the street and they would perform and make money. They would build the gigs and they would make, $25 or to $100 for their band at a bar. But they built back into their lives the means, and the only way was live performances. That's how they make their living.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's exactly it.
Yeah, it sounds to me that's kind of a tough way to make a living. I mean, is it? I mean, the thing is, okay, here's the deal.
Not everybody was born.
Okay, this homeless stuff doesn't work for me. So, Alexandra, I'm not into that. Is that how you make?
You know what? The thing is, it is very, very tough. And I've got, like I said earlier, I've got friends messaging me saying it's we're suffering out here. And also like Kim said, like people like Jim Martin, that's what all they do now is perform.
Right.
And just before our president, my president here in South Africa announced the lockdown, I was still planning on going to the US.
Right.
Literally like 3 days before our president announced anything. And in fact, it was the day before Trump, President Trump said his speech about sort of closing the borders and all that I then decided that I wouldn't go. But one of the reasons why I decided before was because literally I knew bars would not be open. I couldn't play. I would go to Nashville and I would sit there.
That's right.
And then on top of that, I could visualize where this was going because there was already talk and whatever. And I said, I'm now going to get stuck in Nashville. And I love Nashville, but I want to be home. And I would literally get stuck.
Well, the
Lion,
you would be stuck and you would end up missing the autumn rain.
Well, you'd also miss the lions. Cheetah wouldn't come see you. The elephant.
I'd miss the elephant. I would miss the bunnies. I'd miss all of them. Yeah, exactly. No, and that's a real thing. And it's a scary thing to have your living depend on, or to be dependent on being creative to make money
and meeting people. You have to actually see people, right?
That's the thing, you have to see people. Hey, no, I mean, and beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You know, in music, it's certain music's not everyone, and I make music that certain people hate.
Alexander, have you thought of your career as an actuary?
Now that you mention it, perhaps actuary, yes, okay.
No career path toward the actuary. No.
No, you know what it is. It's kind of, it's a strange thing to be in because normal people go to their job 9 to 5 and they get their paycheck by their boss. I didn't get a paycheck. You know, I get paid gig to gig. And now that I've been
gigless.
Gigless.
Is that a word?
It now definitely is all gigless. Yeah, all gigless. But now we're super reliant on rights, which Kim just mentioned now, and that also is like non-existent because it's actually silly, the sort of money that you do get from your rights and your royalties from a song. It's really silly. It doesn't help it. It pays for your mom's Christmas gift, you know, a cheap one at that.
Right.
But so there are actually certain, I've seen some things in South Africa going around where some people are wanting to push radio stations to play more local music. Because here in South Africa, we don't really play local music. Where in the States, they only play local music. And we play a lot of American and all foreign music, English and American. So now radio stations are pushing to play more local so that we at least get some sort of income while we're just sitting here, which is a cool thing to carry on after that. It's a great... we have 21 days essentially with this lockdown to learn a new habit, and if that's a new habit, I'm very happy for that to be the new habit, for them to play more local music. So there are certain things, certain positives that are coming out of this.
Do you actually get royalties if they play your music? Is that what happens?
Yeah. Yes, we do. I do get royalties. I get royalties from a radio station playing my music. I also get royalties because a venue has to pay. We have a company, we have Samro in South Africa and Sampra, which take care of our digital and live music. So every venue has to pay a fee in order to have live music, legally have live music in their venue. And so if I make a list, if I've played a gig there, I've played 3 sets of 45 minutes, I then make a list of all the songs I've played. I then submit that to Sampra. And if some is original, some are covers, I get paid different percentages at the end of that financial year. And that's all the gigs that I play, all the times my songs were played on radio, every time a song was downloaded or streamed online, a YouTube video, all the above. That's how I get paid. Via rights.
Right. Okay. So you have royalty, which is renewal income, and you also have income when you do gigs, the live income. Okay. And okay, but do you ever license your music out to other performers?
Like more.
Yes. So we sometimes call it you sort of get syncing, where you can submit a song and then it gets synced to an advert or whatever, and usually you'll get like a well-known voice to sing on that song. So for an advert or whatever, that's all the music. So you really want a syncing deal for like a certain advert or a certain television show. And then also I do write for other artists. I collab and I collab with artists. And then my publisher also deals with all of my has like a bank of my songs. And if a certain person's looking for a certain type of song, I know what's in my bank of songs. My publisher knows what's in my bank, and then we'll submit accordingly. Or I will sit down and I'll write with that artist, or they'll write with me because I want a certain song and I know they're good at writing a certain style. So yeah, that's how you can also. You really want a number one. That's what you want. You want you want somebody to sing your number one song. That's what you really want.
Right. Okay. So the thing is, there's like a food chain that rates you from 1 to whatever. Is that what goes on?
No, when I say number one, I mean like number one on the radio stations or number one iTunes download, because then that's when you're earning big bucks. And so like all these old school guys who were earning money from royalties from from CDs and vinyls,
right?
They were earning money because they weren't singing songs, they were writing all these big hits, and they were just earning money, or they were buying mansions off of these big hits.
Right.
Suddenly, streaming comes into play, and they're now not earning money off of CDs and vinyls. They now have to earn off streaming. And you know how much an iTunes song costs.
I have no
clue.
clue.
So you can imagine. Well, it could cost, for me, it's like 12 rand, which is converted 12 rand to dollar. It's 18 rand to the dollar. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like $2 or whatever for an iTunes song,
Okay,
whatever it is.
It costs money to do it, right?
Yeah, and they will only get 12% of that.
Right.
For that song. And when you add that up, it just adds up to nothing unless you are number one iTunes download or number one.
Wait, you're telling me as an artist you only get a 12% royalty? Is that what you're telling me?
It depends on the deal. Depends on the deal. Some people will earn 12% on something. You have to, as an artist, and I've become quite acutely aware of this, that you really have to be careful about what sort of contracts you sign and all that, because it's not, some people think it is just...
the sharks are there to eat you on the production side.
Yeah, you get all the money. The lawyers get all the money.
Well, we know that at the end of the day. But the thing is, wait. See, I'm just interested in the math on this. Not that I would do actual work. Okay, what you're telling me is, as an artist, and the commissions on this, basically, as an artist, you produce like that one, you wrote the song, you sing the song, and you're telling me that they're only going to distribute 18% of the gross receipts to you. Is that what you're saying?
So, like I said, it depends on the deal. It depends on, firstly, who takes care of your songs. If you sign with a publisher, they will take a percentage of your songs, which they should, because they are dealing with and they're taking care of your music. And then, of course, the people that put it out and whatever. So as a songwriter, when I write a song, I own 100% of that song.
Right.
When I sing on it, I own 100% of what I've sung. So if I sing a song that I wrote, I own 100% of everything, because it's two separate rights. It's like mechanical rights for singing on it, and then you get like the royalties for writing it. So you really want like a double whammy where you are writing and singing your own music and you're number one, and you're able to earn everything from that. So when it comes to those that amount of money that comes in from like an iTunes download, it depends on if you sign to a record label, because they'll take a percentage for having produced it, for having marketed it, for having put the right people, given it to the right person, and then you've got to look at your publisher. You got to look at all the little things. If music videos, whatever's going to be paid out of that from that as a percentage from that, then that it all sort of gets worked out. But that's why I say you really want a number one, and your song to go number one for you to hit the big bucks, essentially.
Right, because you get a larger percentage, you get a larger part of the pie, regardless of the percentages. But what I was interested is in the percentage, because when we work with our producers, we usually do a 75-25 or an 80-20 cut, so that the producer actually gets 80% of the royalties, or 80% of what they pay, or 75%. And that seems to be the industry standard in our industry. But I wasn't really sure in the music industry what the industry standard was in terms of distribution. What is that?
Is that Bobby's?
That's Bobby's.
Is
that Bobby's? Yep. I'm
Really?
trying to get my feed to go through because I got all kinds of great pictures.
Right.
You would go, oh my God.
But the thing is, okay, what is the big distribution channel? Is it iTunes? Is that the big distribution channel?
Well, I think it all depends. It all depends on one country. We here in South Africa, we a lot of us use iTunes, and there's also Deezer. I think Spotify is a big thing for Americans. Am I right?
I've heard of
Spotify
it.
is really big. Reverb Nation is big.
Reverb Nation is big also here as well. So it depends. But you know what? I think you have industry standards, which is correct because we also have industry standards. There are certain percentages that a publisher should only take X up to X amount, and you should only earn up to X amount or only lose up to X amount. But the main thing is, if you are naive and you don't know what contract you're signing, because the thing is, it's not the information's not on the first page.
Right.
It's always on the last page at the very bottom. And it's a little bit like other territories or those sort of things you got to look out for to make sure that you know what sort of deal you're getting into. And that's why Kim's right, that the lawyer gets all the money. But I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy if the lawyer gets all the money because I want to make sure that the deal is 100%, because it's not just a moment in your life. It's not just a song. It's your career. This is going to affect your career. If you sign the wrong deal, but your song goes number 1, you're getting nothing because you signed the wrong deal. Right. And that song could have bought your parents the mansion that you want to buy them, sort of thing. So you've got to make sure your contracts are right.
Right. Okay. All right. So the thing is, it's a whole business with standards.
Completely.
Okay. And when you were in high school or college, did you go take a class in the business of entertainment?
No. They don't have this sort of thing in high school.
They don't have the business of entertainment or in that.
We just learned how to play the flute or the record. What is the recorder? The recorder. We learned how to play the recorder back in school.
Really? So there was no class on the business of the entertainment business.
You know what? There was no such thing as a class. I've never taken any classes, but I was very lucky to be part of a program called Africa Voices, which is run by a lady called Alice Shy Gillum. Yes. And Shy has actually been a mentor of mine since I was about 14. Right. And she has also written musicals. She signed to Sony International as a composer. So she's a beautiful lady and a wonderful businesswoman. And she has this program called Africa Voices, teaching groups of us South Africans about the music industry. So I was part of the course in 2014, 2015. It starts at the middle of the year, sort of thing. And that's when we had mentors from all over South Africa and also some international, some big names for us. And they really just taught us about the music industry. I was very lucky to be part of that program. And that taught me a lot of information. In fact, during that program, I was then signed to the label that I was signed to when I was out of high school. I signed to them during that time, which was great because I was learning about this stuff, learning about contracts and about knowing how important it is while I was signing it.
Right.
But not a lot of people are savvy. There are plenty of books. There's YouTube videos. But when it comes to the nitty gritty of the business, not many people are that savvy. And I think it's really important for especially young artists to learn up. And
well,
to look up on this.
Well, see that's why
I think we can have a class on this, and we've got Robert Krantz who has just joined us. So I'm going to.
Speaking of somebody who can probably teach the class.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Robert. How are you doing?
Namaste.
Fine. Are you beaming in from Irvine, California, Aya?
That's where I am.
Oh wow. Okay. Alexandra is above over this way. She is from South Africa. She's actually a musical artist in South Africa. I Googled her, so I know who she is now. I know you're famous, Alexander. Over on this side above me is Willie Hill. He's in Australia, Melbourne. Good day, mate. That's how you talk.
Oh, I was just there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, he's part of our,
he's part of IBM TV. And then over there is Kim. She's in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina. And Robert is a real Hollywood producer, right? That would be the thing, right?
I actually on these last couple of films I've done several jobs producing, and I wrote it and acted it,
Yeah.
co-directed, edited, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I saw that. You're a polymath, which means that you know how to do everything. He can write, he can act, and he can produce. That dude does it all. Usually, he can only do one thing, and that's about it. But this guy does everything, and I was going like, "Wow, I was really, really impressed." But he's not really a Hollywood type. It seems to me that you try to be normal. Would that be correct?
You're 100% right. I hope I'm never that.
Normal doesn't make any money. I'm going to tell people right now.
Normal doesn't make any money. Don't tell Robert that. That's
normal.
You know,
you have to go out your box. You have to do something very unique, something very different, but also from here, right? You got to do it from your heart.
Before he came out with this really great movie, by the way, we're promoting it all the time. You know,
yes, we are.
Which, by the way, is a really great movie, so I'm still promoting it. And we're running your trailer on IBM TV. Before he did that really great movie, his favorite movie was my favorite, what is it, Fat Greek Wedding or something like that.
My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
That was his favorite movie. Then he said, well, I need to better it, and he did this other movie, which is really, really great, and it needs a lot more love. That would be my thing.
I love My Big Fat Greek Wedding. The one phrase is my favorite when, eat meat? Okay, I'll cook you that.
No. See, if you're Greek, at the end of the movie, the guy they bought the house next door. If you're Greek, you understand that.
Otherwise, that's true.
Well, I grew up with Greeks.
I got this beautiful house for you.
Greek in a family. I grew up with Greeks, so Greek food. They were all part of where I went to school. And I was very blessed. But Nick is Greek.
My last name is really Paliadis. Okay, wait a minute. My last name is really Paliadis. But Robert, what is your real name? This is your stage name. Tell people your real name.
What's your real name, Robert?
Let me preface this. I didn't change it. My parents changed it years ago. It was Karunzos.
Karunzos. Okay, right. Yes, right. And your first name is?
It should be Haralambos, but it's now Bob.
Karunzos, right? Yeah. So it's a little different. So actually,
it's a whole lot easier to say.
I know.
Okay, and Ankit has joined us. He's right above. He's with IBM TV. He's out in New Delhi, and Ankit has about a 1.3 billion person following. So I figured we should bring him on. They have a lot of people in India, and Nick, a Jew over there. See, this thing goes the other way. There we go. He's in Mumbai, otherwise known as the Bollywood area. Robert, do you ever hear of Bollywood?
Oh yeah. No, there's a huge following out here where they actually have in theaters before this virus struck. They actually have screening specific films, and they have a huge following. It's wonderful.
Really? Okay. Film. Yeah. Okay. Now, have you ever heard of this actor called Shadow Khan? Have you ever heard of him?
Who?
There we go. Shadow Khan, is that how you pronounce it? What is
it? Shadow Khan.
Shadow Khan. Is that who he is?
He's one of the famous Indian actor, and he's one of the richest actors in the world as well. That's what we know.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Okay. See, I'm telling you, we're going to get him on and watch. I know how to do this stuff. Okay. So here's a real question I have for you, because you're a producer. By the way, as you know, the food chain talent is below the food chain. Everybody thinks they're above the food chain. Okay, we know that talent is way down there, baby. Talent is something that you fish through 300 people. I'll take that one. Okay, then you move up, right? Okay, then you become a director, part of the food chain, and then the highest part of the food chain is the producer, which is what you're doing. Okay, and the brains behind it is the writer, and you never see those people because the good script wins, and all the other stuff gets trashed. Okay, so that's the food chain. Now that you're at the top of this food chain, which I know it took you 40 years to do, which is normal. Right. Okay, my question is, did the food chain stop when coronavirus came? In other words, are you out of production?
Well, the good news is, again, going back to that I wear so many different hats, that everything has stopped, but what it has allowed me to do is to finish writing my next movie. Okay. So as a writer, it's allowed me to not have to deal with a lot of other stuff and just to come in and write.
Okay.
And that's been great because I'm probably about 85% done with my next screenplay.
That's because you're multi-talented. So what you do is you shelve all the acting and producing, and you run over to writing, which when you're shut down is perfect to do because you don't have to deal with people and you can write. But see, there aren't a lot of people like you that are multi-talented. So what is happening in Hollywood, I guess you'd call it, with these the talent? I mean, are they sitting around? Are they homeless over there?
It's completely dead. I mean, it is completely stopped. There's nothing going on, and everyone is home, you know. And I said to my wife, it was one of the things where I went, "Well, that's kind of weird." I act 95% of what I do is in solitude, which is writing and then even directing, all that stuff. I prepare on my own, so I didn't really notice that much of a difference when the COVID hit.
Right.
But if you're going to get talent now, or production, everything like that, that's completely stopped, and everyone's freaked out.
Okay, but as a producer, does it mean this? Can you get the talent cheaper now? Not that it makes a difference, but can you?
It's going to be weird to see because I'm wondering when it ends, is there going to be just a boom where you can't get a hold of everyone because there's such a pump up demand, or is it going to be slow? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting.
Well, I think it's going to be depending on the cash flow, and like Nick and I were discussing today, AMC Theaters is filing for bankruptcy.
Yeah. If you're in first runs in theater, AMC's going under.
Your distribution channel has really kind of hit a wall. It doesn't mean it's the end of the day. I remember when other theaters closed down many years ago, and some people went in and bought them up and turned them into private movie theaters that became really popular in our neighborhood because they were more of a mom and pop. They were more of the old-fashioned theater. You could almost order one of them. You could order food. Right, food and drinks to your table because they actually had tables and then they had seats in front. So, and then another one turned into the old fashioned where they had people greeting you as you come in. So it was really classy. That few people. It wasn't like the franchise chains where you just go in, get your popcorn, spend $20 on popcorn and sit down. It became a little more of a classic experience, which I liked a whole lot more.
Yeah, but they can't scale anymore. I mean, AMC. The problem with AMC, they have $4.8 billion in debt, and they still owe a lot of. They owe rent, and they own have a lot of vendors. So they just went to wild gotcha.
Every movie, and they didn't do that because they jacked up the prices. It was to go on a date, you had to almost have $100 to go to the movies.
Yeah, but they're scaled and they're about to go under. But it's not just them. Signmade and all these other movie houses are about to go under. So your only distribution points are going to be Netflix, Amazon, and internet.
IBM TV.
IBM TV. Yeah. Question I have for Robert also. Have you thought, because New Zealand, went to lockdown, they only have 94 cases, one person passed away. It looks like they're going to come out with basically no coronavirus. Have producers thought of shifting the production to New Zealand?
You could. And by the way, we like I said, we were recently there right before this all happened. Beautiful. Australia is just incredible. But I would say this. You could try and do that, but I think where you're going to have trouble is trying to convince actors or actresses to go there and feel secure. That is going to be an issue.
Why would we do that? It's a beautiful country.
Well, just look what happened to Tom Hanks when he went there.
Well, he went to Australia, not New Zealand. That's a whole different thing. Australia is
He's still out of the country.
Wait. Let's
still out of the country.
Let's get a map here. Let's go see that big thing. That's Australia. See that little thing over there? That's New Zealand.
I don't think to them it's going to be you're 18, 20 hours away by flight. And I think
that's true. Yeah. I mean, in some places where we're at, it's a 24-hour flight because I went down there a couple times and it was like, whoa, it's a long time to get there. But you've been there. Have you been to New Zealand or was it just Australia?
Australia.
Okay, yeah, because New Zealand is actually a beautiful country. They did that Lord of the Rings thing there, and you got beautiful backdrops to work with. Not that I'm trying to talk you into New Zealand, but it is a beautiful country. You think you can talk them into going to New Zealand for a vacation, and they may come out of this with, frankly, no coronavirus, assuming they'll let you in too, because they're kind of picky on getting people to go in. So I thought maybe they're going to shift the productions.
I think this whole thing's going to be my guess would be in the next month and a half, this thing's going to start to unwind itself. And I think it's either that or the country's going to go into a major recession, depression. And I just don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to unwind. I think in a month and a half, you're going to have everything starting to open back up again some way.
Okay. Is it possible that this happens, that everybody on the set gets tested for coronavirus, you wait for 14 or 20 days, and then you go back to work? What's wrong with that?
In theory, it sounds great, but having been around actors my whole life, oh, man. Good luck. And I will say this too, especially when you're working long hours, people's immune systems get worn down, and it's not uncommon in making these films that people just get sick naturally. It's long. You don't realize the hours are it's an intense experience, especially unless you're working on a $100 million film, but even those, it's just an intense experience. And I know, one of the biggest things that I worry about when I start a film, especially when I'm wearing different hats, just in the acting department, I go, I can't afford to get sick. Right. If we're in trouble. And that's it. But it happens on every set.
Right. Do you get insurance for that, though? In other words, do you get insured, and do you insure the stars that are on the show in case they decide they don't like it and they turn off, I'm going to leave?
You get insurance, but there's a momentum when you make a movie, and you don't want to break that momentum. Once you start, everyone's, I once said to a cinematographer and co-director I was working with that the actual making of the film is one of the easier aspects. It's the pre-production, the part I'm going through now, the writing of the script. It's watching paint dry. You just grind and grind on it and grind on it. You come home and everyone keeps saying, "Is it done?" You go, "Oh, it takes months and months and months." But the action, when you film it, you have so many people pushing behind you that, generally speaking, you have a lot of goodwill and people want to get it done. And then you enter the quiet zone, which is post-production, where everyone just kind of disappears, and then you're on your own. You're like, oh God, what happened? Where's my team?
Right. Now, a question on that, because I was running the numbers for Marvel. You probably heard of them. They do these like Avengers, and they do Spider-Man, all that other stuff. When I was running the numbers, it looked to me the production costs were about $1 million to $1.5 million per minute of airtime. What are you running on production costs per minute when you do a show? Who else would ask you that question? Come on, Robert, except IBM TV.
Right. We calculate when we watch movies, how much did that cost a minute? But
all I do is I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm trying to run the numbers. What is the production cost per minute?
No, here's to show you, I'll give you my standard answer. We'll film our entire movie in 2 to 3 weeks tops, and it will be under $1 million. It is not going to be $1 million a minute. No, I mean, honestly, there's so much damn waste in Hollywood. It just is. These movies should be made much cheaper, much more efficiently, and they just throw money. And that's why you're getting a lot of these pictures that are just the number one thing I've heard back from our movie Faith, Hope, and Love is I wish Hollywood made more films like this. I think they've gotten so far away from it that I think throw money at, and I don't think they work on the scripts to the degree we work on them, and I think you end up with a lot of crap because of that.
That's absolutely true. So my other question is, what possessed you to make a decent movie?
Honestly, without sounding full of myself and all that stuff, I just think this is what God called me to do, is to make these films that are not junk, that have meaning to them, that have some faith component to it, that are uplifting. And the response we're getting on Netflix and from people that are buying the movie is overwhelming. I mean, thousands of people have written us saying, this movie lifted me up. I've watched it multiple times. And at first, I was saying to my wife and my son when we were in Australia, do you think they're just being nice? And my son said to me, when was the last time you watched a movie more than once? And when was the last time you wrote somebody after watching a movie? I think this is what I was, spent 40 years preparing to do without sounding full of myself. And what I plan to do for the rest of my life, as long as God lets me.
Yeah. Well, I was very impressed. I was going, a decent movie out of Hollywood. That's quite unusual, you know. So I was thinking that I didn't see much like that because apparently what they tend to do is like they do on TV, bleed leads, and they do all this weird stuff, and it's just like not appropriate
People
for
don't
most
want
people
that anymore. People don't. People want movies that are uplifting, especially in these times. People want to be lifted up. They want some type of spiritual component to it. They want to be. And by the way, the faith industry has been at fault itself because they've made these films that people look at. You know, I have friends that are Christian that'll say, "I don't go to those movies anymore. I don't want to be preached to. I don't want to be hit over the head, and I don't want that poor acting and poor lighting." This Christian industry, the faith-based industry, had to step up. And that's what we try to do with our film, is to make it entertaining, to make it real, and to make it at the same time something that you can watch with your whole family and not be embarrassed.
Yep. And how did you get a hold of that super dancer? When I first saw her on stage, I was going, this lady's really good, you know, and I don't follow television very much. We're a tech company, so we follow more wire stuff than that. But I could look at that and I'm going like, this lady's really, really good. She's got to be a professional dancer. You could not have trained her.
Her name Peter Murgatroyd. She's actually from Australia, and she was on the show Dancing with the Stars. What happened, to give you kind of the 30-second synopsis of it, we had hired another person off of that show, and that person had never acted before. So I was saying, okay, we got to rehearse. And for whatever reason, she just didn't want to rehearse, and she kept delaying and delaying. Finally, I said, look, I got to let you go if you don't rehearse with us. And eventually I had to let her go. And we were 40 days from production, and everyone said, oh my God, don't do that. You're going to regret it.
Right.
And then I said, what about Peter Murgatroyd? Peter came in, and we have it on tape. And at the end of her audition, you can hear me say that was wonderful. And she didn't think she had done good. She almost didn't come in that day. She just had a newborn, and she was in a real emotional state that morning. And everyone told me, don't hire her, because they said you cannot teach a dancer to act. And I could, and it was tough. It was going to take us 40, intense days. But Peter had a natural talent for it, and then we worked our butts off. And then on the set, when I directed her, I just made sure that I watched over every frame of what she did. But she had a natural talent. I don't want to take anything away from her talent.
I totally agree.
Acting is hard. I've been on a movie set, and I'm not an actor. I'm not but I did it just out of curiosity, and it's hard. It is a natural talent. It's a lot of talent from the director, though. I'm going to tell you right now, the directors on the set and the producers, you guys do all the work.
Yeah.
You see it, you feel it. But what you do, when I was there during the filming of some major scenes, and it took all day to do a few things, but it's amazing to me the patience that you guys have, right? It's just amazing to me. Nope, I don't feel that's not what I wanted. And then the cameramen have to readjust some things, and the lights have to readjust, but everything moves slow. It's very slow. Like you were saying, every frame
Two things. One is, it's like anything in life that I've found is you need a team. It's never just the director does it, the actor does it. You have to have an environment where, even if you're running a restaurant or a football team, everybody's got to be on the same page, and you have to make that environment such that, when I walk on the set, no matter how many hats I'm wearing, I hope to God I never carry that aura about me, because I want everyone, and it's amazing, once you open up to that, you never know if it's going to be a grip, a lighting person, the caterer, someone's going to tell you something, and you go, oh, I didn't think of that. And so you try and make it a collaborative thing. And the good news about us doing films under $1 million is that it allows you to move at a pace where everyone knows we're moving quickly. On some of these scenes, Nick, in this movie you saw, I would only get 1 or 2 takes, and some really difficult scenes. I mean, scenes that I just went, oh, you're kidding, that's it? But we'd have to move on. So it is patience sometimes, but you also want to create an environment for everyone to do their best work. And I just find that's just being a team player that goes along.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
you're originally
you have to be a family on that set. You really
Yeah,
do. I mean, you have to know how to kind of move and dance with each other so that you're not tripping over the cables. You know, it just amazes me. You know, duct tape is used everywhere. You guys keep duct tape in business. I thought most did, but you guys do.
You're originally from Wisconsin, but then what city in Wisconsin were you originally from?
Originally from actually a small town called Elm Grove, which is in Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Okay.
And for me, when I first started thinking about going into movies, Hollywood was like the moon.
Right.
It was something you wouldn't even, I had 2 Greek parents, and the last thing I was ever going to say to them was, "Hey, I think I should go into the movies."
Yeah,
oh my God! I remember when I finally told my dad. I think he handed the phone to my mom and said, "Talk to her." He didn't want to talk about it. And the truth is, both my parents have passed away, but I wish I could have 5 minutes with them, and I would say, "Hey, look, I understand exactly why you try to talk, because I have 3 boys now. My wife and I have triplet boys.
Yeah.
And I would say the same thing to them if thank God they don't want to go into the film business. But I would say to them, boy, oh boy, it is, you have to really have a blinding desire to do it. And somewhere that's what God put into me. And I just stuck with it.
Well, it's a means of telling a story. And it really is. It's a gift of not just telling it, but seeing it, visualizing it, and being able to not just visualize it, but piece those visuals together. Because you can't. It's like you said, each frame.
I think it's a meanness of suffering, and you just like to suffer. But people don't know that when they get into it. Have you ever been to Tarpon Springs, Florida?
Oh yeah, they moved there from Wisconsin, and they moved to Tarpon Springs. In fact, I was there about a month and a half ago doing a speaking.
You're kidding me? Okay.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Wow. Yeah, I grew up very close to Tarpon Springs.
Really?
Oh yeah, I used to go to Tarpon Springs all the time. When they had Louis Pappas's restaurant there.
Yeah, Louis Pappas. Yeah.
And then they actually have the best baklava there in the country. I've seen where they heat it up warm. I don't know how they do it, but it's in all the sponge docks. No one ever films there, but it's really a unique place.
Really unique. I agree. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Outside of Athens, Melbourne has the largest Greek community.
Right.
There you go. We'll go to Melbourne. Well, I have a question for you, Robert. Maybe they asked you while I've been beaming in and out, as Nick calls it. I don't mean to. My internet's going in and out. But when you were younger, you were talking about not going to the movies. What was your favorite, most inspirational movie that you saw?
When I was younger,
yeah.
God. It was, I would have to say, more than just a movie. It was probably an actor that I looked at and I went, that is inspirational. It was probably Marlon Brando.
Really? Okay.
Wow. Everything I thought he knew, I just thought he was literally 50 years ahead of everybody. What he did on Streetcar Named Desire and On the Waterfront was just so far, even compared to today. It was like if you follow sports and you saw the 1968 Olympics in Mexico, and Bob Beamon had a long jump that suddenly went beyond what anyone had ever done. And they couldn't even figure out how he did it until decades later, somebody finally, I think Carl Lewis broke it decades later. What Marlon Brando did was so unique, a combination of talent, choice, and look. And so I think looking at that, I thought, boy, him and Paul Newman, I think were the 2 that I looked at and I thought that's inspirational.
Right.
Say
well,
that.
They can move you with a look. Okay. They had, both of them had a means of looking at the camera and you didn't need words.
Yeah.
They could move you with the way they walked. Alexandra, our singer, if you notice, she has a way of, she knows how to pause. She knows when to pause, hold it, and then she blow, and you're waiting. She makes you wait for that, and they were good at that. They were
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's totally different than it is today. I'm not even sure what they're doing today. So you went from Wisconsin to Tarpon Springs, and then somehow you went to University of Southern California for
I was actually from Wisconsin. I went to Arizona State,
Arizona
and I was there for 2 years. And then what happened was, there was a film there called Night Kill, and I got work as a PA, as a production assistant, which was really great because that's kind of the low man on the totem pole, and that's where I started. But it gave me it was the perfect place for me to start because I was able to see the whole movie set, but it also let me know that when I'm running our sets, that I understand how the value of those PAs and how to treat them, and everybody from there on up. And I was there for 2 years. They did the film there. I got the job. One of my jobs, I picked up Robert Mitchum from the airport. That was one of my first jobs. And he was great. He was great. Now, I'll tell you an interesting story about that. When I went to pick him up, I'm horrible with directions, got totally lost, barely made it there picking up, got back to where we dropped him off. And I'll never forget his manager was in the car with us. And I wasn't sure if she was going to be mad at me because I got lost or whatever. And she came up. I was a sophomore in college. And she said, "Thanks, kid." And she hit me on the chest and where my pocket was, and she put a $20 bill in my pocket.
Wow.
It never forgot. It just gratitude goes a long way. And so I finished that film, and then the producer said to me, "Look, if you want to be in the movies, you got to either go to NYU or USC." And transferred out to USC Film School. Barely got in by the skin of my teeth. I got into film school.
You weren't a sports star, and your parents didn't make big donations. Is that
No, I was so bad that they put me on.
I heard you were good at rowing, and that's the reason you got in.
Yeah, no. I remember my first class. They asked me, "Anybody have any questions?" And we were shooting our first student film, and I was so embarrassed, but I thought I got to do this. And I asked him. I said, "How do you focus the camera?" And the class just went insane. But I'll never forget his name. Mel Sloan did not laugh at it, and he said, "This is how you do it." I ended up getting the highest grade in the class because they grade you on improvement. I was so bad.
So here you go. Here,
God, couldn't have gone any lower.
Right.
But I learned how to edit. I learned how to write. They taught me a lot there, and then from there, I got into. I was doing that during the day, and then at night I was taking acting classes, and I started studying with Stella Adler, who had taught Brando and De Niro and Warren Beatty, and so I got to study with her, so that I started to learn exactly what I was doing as an actor.
And then, how did you get into Back to the Future? How'd that story work?
Pure luck. I had been reading for a bunch of casting directors, and then they called me. I was in acting class with, at that time, Peggy Fury she's since passed away, but she was the greatest acting instructor of our time. And my class was Eric Stoltz. Sean Penn was in there, Meg Ryan. They had a bunch of phenomenal actors, but Eric was in the movie Back to the Future. He was the original Marty, I think is the name, the lead actor.
Right.
And then what happened was they shot about $6 million worth of film, and it wasn't working out, and they let him go, and they started over from the beginning.
Wow.
So I saw Eric come into class, and it was like a funeral, and I thought, man, this movie's got to stink. And so I got a call from my agent. She said, "Hey, they want you to come in for a day on this movie." And I had all my dance class gear and everything, and I thought, well, I'm just going to go there and do this dumb thing, but it's going to be worthless. I sat there all day, all night. I was the last shot at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I thought, oh my God, this film is just going to be a bust. And then they gave me a pass to the original screening. And about halfway through the film, I thought, oh my God, I got to be in this film because this thing's a hit. And sure enough, I showed up on that film with the famous line, "That's George McFly." And they still send me money to this day.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Royalties.
You still get royalties on that?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Right.
Yeah.
So how do you morph from an actor where you're always being door slammed in your face to a producer? How do you morph into that?
The combination of two things. I had from the beginning been studying, at that time, Paul Newman was probably the one who I'd watched the most, who had gone from writing and directing and acting. Sure. So I was watching that, and I thought, and Warren Beatty, the same thing. And I thought, that's what I want to be when I was in film school. I thought I want to do that. So it had been on my mind. And then you mix that with being Greek which is the Greeks always want to be the chief. They always want to be running the show. They don't want to be beholden to anybody. And that you mix that together. And then what happened was I had sold, I think, 3 or 4 movies to the studios and got paid a lot of money. And then a new studio chief would come in and he would take all the old stuff and get rid of it because he didn't want anybody else to get credit if that movie became successful. And I thought, wait a second, I'm not going to go on living like this. This is crazy. You write all these screenplays, you get paid, they get put on hold. And around that time, Spike Lee came out with She's Gotta Have It. And then Ed, I can't remember his name, came out with the Brothers McMullen.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, you know what? I think I can do this. And I came out with a movie called Do You Want to Dance? And I wrote it, produced it, and acted in it. And this was before my big Fat Greek wedding. Mm-hmm. In fact, I was in the audience the first night we screened the film. And I thought, I think I can do this. And so we made that film. And that's when my life changed.
Mm-hmm. And then so then you're now in the production side of the movies. Do you have anything that you're
doing?
Yeah, you're doing everything. Yeah, you're right. You're a polymath. You do everything.
Great. He's got to own it.
Well, yeah, because they run the restaurant. We kind of got that. They run the restaurant. You know. Now,
you don't want to just do a TV.
I know some good.
To own the network, right?
Well, let me ask you another question. Do you have anything in the can that is being produced right now for future release?
Well, the 2 things I have right now, that movie right behind me, Faith, Hope, and Love, is out on Netflix now, and it's also it's being sold. We're selling the DVD of it as well.
Right.
And then the next thing that's going to happen is the movie that I'm just finishing up now is we'll probably, once this is all done, I'll probably take about 6 months to 9 months in pre-production to find the actors that I want to put in the film along with me. And then we'll probably make that film at the end of this year, the beginning of next year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does it have a name yet, or you haven't named it yet?
It does have a tentative name. It's called A Marriage Made in Heaven.
Okay, right. But it's going to be a good, clean movie that we can promote then, because this way the people at IBM will.
We're going to air it on IBM TV.
Well, we're already running his trailer on IBM TV.
Right.
We're promoting Faith, Hope, and Love.
For better or for worse, that's what we do. That's what my niche in this world will be, is these films that you can watch with your entire family. There's no swearing, violence, no car crashes. And it really, if you go back to what Kimberly was saying, if you go back to those Brando films, you don't see a lot of swearing and a lot of violence. I think the filmmakers today have grown to rely on that so much. If you go back to those great films, those people, and that's the way I want it to be, is relying. If you can't tell a great story,
right,
you're in the wrong business. Tell a great story, tell it in an entertaining fashion, put the right actors up there. That's what we're trying to do. And to make people, I want to make people, if they ask me in an interview, what's the number one thing you hope that people get when they're done watching your films? And I said, that's it, hope. I want people to be better about their lives. It's a struggle to go through wherever you are in this earth. It's a struggle. There's always tough times up ahead. I want people to feel better about their lives.
What better show to kind of watch right now to look at something that just gives you a little bit of faith and hope. And we always say love on our show, right? This is our symbol for love, and we join the world together. I'm sure you're going to do a movie about this experience that we're all living as well, because a lot is coming out of the humanity from this experience that we're living today. There's just so much. I mean, look at us. We're connected all over the world. Every day we've got people from Hong Kong, Canada, everywhere but China, Italy, and
China.
Everywhere but China, Italy, and Japan. So, and I'm sure we'll change that. But we've connected with so many people, and that's what we're talking about, is that we've got to get back to humbleness again. We've lost that. We've left all of that behind us. For what, Nick? For that dollar bill, right? Yeah.
Well, Ankit has a bigger dollar bill, they have a bigger dollar bill in New Delhi. But the thing is, it looks, there it is. What's upside down? Turn it back right side up, Ankit.
But Robert, when we got in,
don't. No, he causes a lot of trouble over there in New Delhi.
When Nick and I got into the industry, and we had this great idea for a good, clean, wholesome TV show to educate people a little bit more about and inspiring them to become financially fit. And we went to the NAPT, with National Association.
Well, we actually started with PBS. Okay, you're probably familiar with them. It's been a morph deal from PBS, and then we went to NAPT. Have you ever been to a NAPT meeting, the National Association of Professional Television Executives?
So that's where they all kind of
Hollywood. It just.
Well, the thing is, okay, well, I went to my first NAPT meeting. Actually, Kim and I went in Miami. They have two meetings, one in Miami, one in Budapest. Now, I want to go to one in Budapest, mainly because I want to go to Budapest. But right now, can't go anywhere, so we're not doing that. But it was interesting because when you say, hey, we're with IBM, they go, do you have an appointment? No. Well, then you can't meet us. And they slammed the door in my face. I was going like, wow, this is an interesting way.
This is a conference. No, you don't understand. This is a conference where you think you get to walk up and talk to people.
Right.
No, it's like the Wizard of Oz. Where's your
I said, do you know that IBM has like $179 billion? Well, we're a big company too. And I checked them on the internet. It was like one of the major things. They have like 26 billion. I mean, they're not even close to IBM. I was shocked to see how they slam the doors in your face in the media industry. Now, since you've been there for a long time, Robert, you never had the door slammed in your face, did you?
I don't remember a time not getting it slammed in my face.
Okay, all right. So this is an unusual then, right?
Oh, I can't. I can't remember a time when. I think that's probably one of the other reasons why I went off and did it on my own, because there's too much by committee and too much monkeying around and too much trying to impress the other guy and girl and all that. That's nonsense. It's just nonsense. You have to be able to. Now, there's a flip side to that.
Sure.
When you go and make your own film, you're going to live and die by the choices you make, so you better make smart choices. But I found that if you just stick to common sense thinking and get rid of all that Hollywood nut job thinking, that's just it just I can't. We're
not Hollywood people. So we're in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, Research Triangle Park people, which is like internet-based computers and network. Do these people really go to these parties and walk on red carpets and stuff like that? Do they really do that over there?
If they do, I don't know, because I think I avoid going up there at all costs. Once a year, and that I try and avoid. It's so much trying to impress the other person and all that nonsense. And I just look, after I made that film, Do You Want to Dance? And my wife, we finished it. My wife and I found out we had those triplet boys. I stopped doing all of this for 15 years just to raise my children. And so that, even today, I would give all of this up because my kids and my wife are the primary part of my life. And so we moved out of there. We were living in Los Angeles before we had our kids. We moved out. We moved about an hour and a half south, and I've never missed it. And I love raising my children and being with my wife. And that's the primary. Even to this day, that's the number one thing that I want to do is just be with my family and make great family films.
Right. Okay. So
I want to know if they're impacted. Like, remember Paul Franklin? We met Paul Franklin.
Oh yeah, he was the president of
CBS, and he was really interested in our TV show that we were building. He really liked the idea, and he introduced us to. But he also gave Nick and I a warning: if you don't bleed, you won't lead.
Yeah.
If you don't have conflict and all of this other
craziness that they have,
then you're not going to lead in the industry. So you've got to be careful because you can be cut like that. And I think Paul was cut not too long ago.
He retired.
But he retired. But anyway, so the movie industry seems like it'd be kind of the same way, but you chose not to bleed, just like Nick and I. We want to stay clean, informative, inspiring. We don't want to bleed. That's what we want. We don't want to bleed.
What's the number one film that gets played every year? What's the number one film that gets played 1,000 times every year? It's A Wonderful Life.
Wonderful Life on Christmas, yes.
Now, where's the bleeding? There's
none. Nope.
There's not.
People, the violent films, they'll be good and they'll get an award but they don't last. Now, the majority of
you're right.
Something that's going to, a movie like Big, It's a Wonderful Life, those movies, they will take you, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Where's the violence in that film?
Right.
I disagree. I think it's a longer road. And so tougher road in some respects. But I just am convinced that, when they asked John Lennon, how did you meet Yoko Ono and what made you? And there was some art gallery of hers that he went to, and he walked up a ladder, and she had painted something on the ceiling. And I believe the word was yes. And he said, if it had been no, I wouldn't have been interested, but it was yes. Mm-hmm. And that's, I have found in many art forms, whether it's songwriting, script writing, any type of art, it has to elevate the human spirit. And that cutting and bleeding, yes, that's part of life. If you look at our movie, Faith, Hope, and Love, it deals with losing loved ones and divorce and so forth. I'm not saying you can sugarcoat life, but the problems I see people going through in my life deal very, very little with gun shooting and car crashing and gangsters. It deals with divorce. It deals with people doing things that they wish they hadn't done. It deals with trying to keep your kids off of drugs. Those are the hardcore issues. You address that, I think you're going to be fine.
No, I think you're right. We have another producer who feels the same way that I've done business with, and they're in the California area, and he's the same way. He says, you got to tell the story about those kind of things, about the children, and try to inspire them out of that. And that's what he's doing too. So, and he's making the movies like you. He keeps coming up and he goes, "No, I can make this movie for under $1 million. I can," and I go, "Who does that?" And we're finding out people do that. Like you're cutting out all the time.
It's very easy, number one. And number two, what changed everything, you don't have to go in movie theaters anymore.
Right.
Because you have so many streaming outlets. And then also, too, you have Facebook, you have Roku, you have so many outlets now. You can go directly to the people, whereas there used to be a gatekeeper. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Isn't Hollywood going to break down? I mean, they had a stranglehold on the movie industry for years, and I notice the word "had." Aren't they breaking down because they don't have that anymore? You can produce, direct, move this stuff all over the world. You don't have to go to Hollywood, and this is going to just break down that whole Hollywood infrastructure.
It did, and it was great because they had you. So when we came out with our first film, you were stuck. Mm-hmm. You did a deal. But what happened was, on that very first film we did, they wanted me to lease it to Columbia. And they were going to package it with a bunch of other Brad Pitt films and all this stuff. Yeah. And right at that time, there was a newspaper that came out, you may be familiar with it, called the Greek Orthodox Observer. Mm-hmm. And went out to like 150,000. I said, well, you know what? I think I'd rather go out to that newspaper than trust Columbia, because I'll never see my money if it goes through there. And that's what changed my life. That's what that allowed me to start accumulating an audience. And to this day, even with Faith, Hope, and Love, it's the same way. We're out on Facebook a lot. Mm-hmm. And every day people are buying that movie, and we're accumulating an audience. And that's what you need to do. Build that audience. Because once you have that audience,
right,
then you really don't need Hollywood.
Right. Right. Well, yeah. Can't you do direct distribution? I mean, isn't that going to be the wave of the future? Because distributing through distributors, that's going to be in 10 years from now or sooner. That's yesterday's story, isn't it?
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the fastest growing stock is Netflix. Yeah. The last 10 years, there's
nothing else to do right now for many people, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you want to go to AMC theaters, it looks like they're going bankrupt, so are all the theaters. But But you have an alternate distribution system. You just go direct through Netflix, Amazon, Acorn. I mean, you have tons of distribution systems, and you could probably even go direct through Facebook, YouTube.tv. It seems to me that what is I guess my question is, what is the necessity of Hollywood anymore?
I just want to ask. I want to add something here. But in many countries, they ban Netflix and Amazon distribution links. I've learned this through contacts in other countries since we started IBM TV. And it was curious to me because that they do that, but they don't ban anything we put on IBM TV.
Because we keep it clean.
We've been putting on our network, they're fine with. So I've been very happy about that. But mainly, Nick, we have an obligation to keep it very clean. No porn, no profanity, no politics.
Right, no politics. We're pretty
politics are pretty dirty sometimes. Right. But we like what you're doing, and we want to help you promote it as well. We are sharing your link to your movie on our network, but maybe we can build our network to have movies, to be that distribution link for movies like that in the coming.
I'll tell you what we're about to do, and this ties in with what you were just saying. Because we've gotten so many thousands of people writing and saying, I'm behind you, I don't want to watch these movies that have violence and sex and swearing and all this. We're about to start a Facebook group. And this is what I've said to everybody. If that Facebook group ends up being 1,000 people, it'll be nice, but you're not going to have any impact. If it ends up being 500,000, 1 million, 2 million people, what happens then, that is how you change things, because suddenly you can say to Hollywood, look, we're making these films and we have a group of 2 million people that are about to support it. One thing about Hollywood, I give them credit for. If it sells, they'll buy it. If he's on the moon, they don't care. Did it make money? And as long as you can show them there's a viable group, and that's what we're about to start doing with our Facebook group, is to put together a group of people that feel like-minded. I don't know how big that group is, but I have a feeling it's going to be substantial. And I have a feeling that as long as you stay true to that vision, that group is going to say, we support you and we will support your product. And I think that if we can get that group big, I think then Hollywood will start. And so to go back to your question, Nicholas, where do they fit in?
Yeah, what's their
Here's what happens. You start to go, okay, look, Hollywood, we can continue to do this with our 2 million 5 million fan base. Or you can partner with us, but there has to be certain parameters we agree to. Number one, you're going to spend X amount of dollars on P&A, prints and advertising. Number two, you start to be able to have a bigger budget. You can hire more well-known actors, which is critical. You can start to partner with them like Tyler Perry has done. Everyone won there. Tyler Perry ended up developing his own studios.
Right.
The studio Lionsgate that he works with made astronomical amounts of money. It was a good partnership. And you see his films they weren't violent. So there's a way to work within that system, but the first thing is you have to show them, like Tyler Perry did, I have an audience. He had an audience to come out to those films. That's what I'm hoping I can do.
Right.
Well, that's everything now. And, I almost think eventually if you create that audience, you don't really need Hollywood anymore. You've created your own, just like Nick and I, you've created your own network.
Well,
so Nick goes, and I told Nick the same thing. I don't want to work for the TV networks anymore. They just run you dead. And if you're not being negative and dragging people down, they're just going to cut us after we invested all this money. And I'm like, why can't we own our own network? And Nick goes, because it costs a lot of money, and then we did this. So
we changed the whole parameters, but we go worldwide.
I think you'll create what I'm saying is, just like us, you're going to create your own, not Hollywood.
Well, even BYU TV distributes movies like this. In other words, when I looked at your movie, I was going, well, BYU TV, and they're about 10 million people right now on BYU TV. So when I looked at the movie, I said, well, this is something we can promote on IBM TV, because a lot of stuff we reject, about 97%, as Ankit knows, of the things that come in here, because I can't put it on IBM TV. I can't have frankly, I can't have anything to do with it. So when we looked at your stuff, we can promote your work. And we're not for profit.
People will come to you.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is I think you're going to evolve something where people are going to bring you content or come to you and say, I've got this idea, and it's going to be clean. And I think you're going to become a new distribution channel.
Yeah, clean and evergreen. I mean, and in terms of getting, access and partnerships, there's a lot of private equity and venture capitalists that are out there. Because I see making a movie is similar to software development. There's a one-time charge to your developer software, then there's distribution, and then it's the income comes in, very similar to when you're making a movie. It's like a software.
So I think movie making is like a startup, running a startup where you have to plan a lot of things, and then you have to wait. The startup will give you the returns.
Right.
And
yeah.
Also around a year's time, basically. That's what the movie is all about.
Yeah, but see,
so, are you following any foreign movies, maybe Bollywood or any other movies in different countries, or you were?
Say it again.
Are you following any other foreign movies?
No, I haven't been able to, because most of them are going to theaters, right? And so I usually see them when I go into the theaters, but I don't think we haven't been in our theater for now 2+ months. And there's certain theaters that play a lot of those Bollywood, like a lot of them, but we can't even go to the theaters anymore.
Mhm.
That's where I see it. I'll see it in the trailers, and I'll see it in the posters. But now I don't even know what's out there now. I don't even know what's out there in anything anymore because we don't get to go to the movie theaters anymore.
Right, but you have a 2-year deal with Netflix. Does Netflix distribute your content to India and Canada and Australia and all that?
Certain foreign territories they do. It's Australia, the UK. I think we've got Germany as part of one deal. In India, I don't think so. I don't think we
have
are.
a movie in India running.
Say again?
Faith, Hope and Love is running on Netflix in India.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It is in India?
Yeah.
No kidding. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we have a big Indian following, and even
We have a huge Indian following.
By the way, there are more people working for IBM in India than there is in the United States. A lot of people don't know that. But remember, India has such a big demographic, 1.3 billion people, as opposed to the United States, 300 million, 330. I mean, we're not even close to that. So running in India, I think, would be a very important part of any.
Did you see it in India, on Netflix in India?
Yeah. I'm just trying to search on Netflix. I'll just show you right away.
Wait, show me a shot of that.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool or what? You get to, I mean, but yeah, we've been promoting your
Robert, it is a very good.
Mohammed.
Robert is a very good market for you as well in India.
Oh, I love it. Are you kidding
because
me?
see, we love watching Hollywood film very much.
Yeah. Robert,
Are you listening to
Hollywood
me?
is big in India.
Oh,
They
they
have
love
Hollywood.
Queen.
You got
They
you
love
got Hollywood.
No, I will say this, and Anki, maybe you can answer this. They will say to me, these kind of feel-good films will not play well overseas.
No, don't listen to they. Who are they?
If you watch the Bollywood movies, it's all like the feel-good factor, because we have those fighting movies or maybe thrillers as well, but we mostly have love stories, and in a different way altogether. That's what we are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And I think we are only the country where we have around 15 or maybe 10-15 songs in a movie, and a movie lasts for 3 hours. So 10 songs, all love stories, all love songs, and we shoot our movies around the world.
Yeah.
Did you watch? And were you able to watch the film Faith, Hope, and Love?
I have seen some trailers, so I've seen some trailers, but I haven't watched the complete movie.
He works like me. Ever since this started, we're working 24/7, getting content.
This is our 33rd live show since March 13th, and we have got more than 100 hours. And we are talking about COVID-19 and what are the economics and industry impacts during and post-COVID. That's what we are discussing, and we have experts and audience in the world.
Yeah, actually, Sasha.
If I want to watch a movie, I have to do it while I'm on my Air 9 bike.
Sasha just joined us from Canada. So
Alexander.
I have a question.
Alexander Starr, yes.
Sasha.
I have a question. I'm from Canada, and actually Canada has a pretty good movie industry, and a lot of Hollywood movies are being done. Oh, sorry, I should say were done in Canada, not anymore, because nobody is doing in Hollywood anything. So I have actually one question for you. You mentioned earlier that one of the biggest advantages of working in a Hollywood environment structure is access to top stars.
Yeah.
What they have. Now, since Hollywood is not really producing much these days, and it's very unclear when they will start produce anything, do you think that the top stars, their agents who are not really doing much these days, maybe they will become more affordable and agreeable to be hired for people like you?
By the way, which part of Canada are you in, Alexander?
Toronto.
A lot of Greeks there.
Yeah, so there is a Danvers Street, when there are Greek restaurants, like, oh my God, you can't even imagine.
Well, I love Canada. The answer is this: right now, nobody can move. Nobody can move because even if you said you wanted to hire somebody, you can't film in California right now. You couldn't get a crew together. No one could work because they haven't lifted the ban yet. But what when the ban is over, when they let people start working, it will be interesting to see. I don't know what to expect. You're either going to have this boom where everyone starts working, you can't get a hold of anybody, or you have people just kind of creeping out and really hoping, is there any work out there right now? I have a feeling it's going to be, there's a boom. I think there's going to be a lot of work for a lot of people, and you're going to have to be patient to get the right talent.
Yeah, but Robert, when it comes to recruiting talent, well, aren't you better to recruit internationally than domestically because you're working with a bigger demographic, 7.8 billion people, as opposed to 330 million?
It'd be great, but first of all, there's a few factors come in. Someone like myself doesn't have a intimate knowledge of who's the big international star. You have to figure that out, number one. Number two, your biggest audience is going to be America still. You can sell it overseas. You're not going to get huge money for overseas. So you really try and deal with the here and now. But
Right.
there's nothing, I love if we can put in one or two actors that have foreign appeal, and you know that you can sell a territory based on that name, that's awesome.
Okay, right. Mohammed, we need to get a hold of that guy, Shadow Khan, whoever his name is. What's his name over there?
Shah Rukh Khan is one of the richest actor in the world. He
Oh.
has $750 million. Okay.
Yeah.
Robert, I have one question, one very good question, because see, ultimately your viewer is global community, not only the American community. So we are very much fond of your film. We love watching Hollywood film. In India, the Bollywood film has songs, and the success of Bollywood film is based on good acting, good story, and lovely romance. So why don't you have any songs in your film? Because you have to have some taste of other people. You have to take care of the taste of other foreign countries as well.
We had
Okay.
Mohammed. When you see the film, we
Hello.
had a lot of songs in our film. In fact, that was the number one thing. It took us about a year and a half where we prepared all the songs. That was the first thing I started working on. And even on this new film I'm doing, it's the first thing I work on because I have to get those songs and I have to condense them and get them ready so we can do the choreography for them. But those songs took a year and a half to put together. But we worked really, really hard on those. And that was one of the things people loved about the movie was the music, the songs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought the music was also very, very good, and but having an international audience, I mean, I think that would be killer because you just have a bigger demographic.
So I can ask you guys when we cast the next film, who's the big international star to bring in?
Good question. Well, according to Ankit, it's the Shadow Khan who when we did a short survey here. He's very well known in India, but as I said, Australia, Canada, around the world, there's certain places around the world. Shadow Khan is not very well known. The lady that we just had on earlier, but she beamed off. She had to go feed the elephants. She's in Johannesburg. Alexandra May, right? Yeah. She's a singer. I mean, she's a professional singer, but she's very well known in South Africa, which is a demographic into itself. And the more demographics you bring in, the better chance you have to have a global worldwide audience. But Alexander May, I think, would be a great singer.
She's going to start her own show because she's really good on stage and perform, but she's just very talkative and engaging. And she writes all her.
She's really
show on IBM TV now.
There she is. There she is. Okay, but see, if Robert's able to train dancers to act, he should be able to train singers to act.
Right, but she's an actress. She got started.
She does some actress work. Anyway, she's a big name in South Africa. So you pull in the South African demographic and the African continent, which we've been trying to mobilize into. Our problem is getting IBM TV in a lot of places. It's a bandwidth issue, but the African continent has 1 billion people. I mean, it's a huge demographic, and so we're not ignoring, when we check numbers out, we're not ignoring demographics in certain areas like India and Africa and some of the other places around the world. And of course, the United States is the biggest economic engine in the world, so you can't ignore that. But as you bring in more of these demographics, it just then you get your international audience. And even if you don't get Shadow Khan, you get somebody who's right underneath that. Ankit knows the famous people in India. I don't do the Bollywood. Bring in that Indian audience. They have 1.3 billion people. Come on, Robert. 1.3 billion.
Yeah, but there's always a new star rising, right? There's always a new star. There's going to be somebody there. You got to look for those new star risings. You can't just keep the stars we have, because we got to make room for new stars. And and
all you have to do is say, I'm a Hollywood producer looking for the next star in Bollywood. You'll have 300 of them lined up. But Ankit will tell you which ones are good, because
Nick, let me tell you what happened. I went to a conference with Nick after I started on the TV show with him. It was my first time ever in TV. I'm an engineer by trade, and I never dreamed I'd be on this side of the camera, ever. And so I go to this conference with Nick. Now, I've been to conferences. I'm used to doing conferences and everything. And we have on our tag, and it's a global conference, right? From all over the world, people from all over the world. And we have Money Masters PBS TV, PBS, right? So the whole world knows who PBS is. So immediately everybody comes up to me and goes, "Are you on Downton Abbey?" And it says Money Masters, but all they could associate was PBS.
PBS and Downton Abbey.
So it's all in your marketing, right?
Marketing.
Immediately, everybody wanted to be on our show because they thought we were Downton Abbey. They really did. They thought we were Downton Abbey. So
Well, the thing is, what we found out is the Indian market is a lot easier to access than the Chinese market. We're doing really well in India, really well in the United States. We have followers in Nepal, Pakistan. I mean, the Asian subcontinent. We're doing a lot in Africa. That's a big demographic. But if you're putting a movie together with a multinational group, then you have more exposure than if it's all American all the time. Then it's just going to be the United States, which even though we're the biggest economy, only represents 25% of the world GDP. 75% is outside. So, can you really ignore 75% of your dollar? I mean, 75% of your audience just being ignored. So anyway, that's
and also I think Robert, because what Hollywood they make a lot of movies with Americans basically. If you start making movies with other actors in different countries, I think you have a bigger audience.
Oh yeah, and there's no question.
Because now, if you see that a lot of Indian actors are also, doing movies and shows in US, and that's why we are following those shows, and that's why the budget or maybe the ROI goes up.
Yeah.
So, do you know Shadow Khan, Ankit?
Yeah, I told you. Ankit knows everybody.
I know Tom Cruise, I know Shadow Khan, I know you, I know a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get you a famous Indian actor, and that'll give you 1.3 billion people on your next show. Watch your next movie.
Actually, put
in 2019.
You knowing Priyanka Chopra Jonas?
Yeah, in 2019, an award show.
What was the question?
Robert, you know about Priyanka Chopra Jonas?
What about him?
Do you know her?
Who's Jonas?
She's Nick Jonas' wife, Priyanka Chopra Jonas.
I know in past, vaguely about her, but I don't know her. I never met her or anything like that.
So she's also one of the popular actresses, and she was the Miss World 10 years back, and she's one of the popular actresses in India and in now in US.
She's Indian, his wife.
Yeah. She's Indian.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. The CEO of IBM is Indian, by the way.
Yeah.
They took over.
In 2019.
Yeah.
In 2019, I invited Joe Egan. Joe Egan is a Hollywood actor. You must be knowing Joe Egan.
Joe Egan.
The strongest man on the earth. The moment we invited him as a chief guest for Pharmarathan Universe, and luckily he got a sponsorship for advertisement on the same day from
kidding.
the pharmaceutical industry.
Was he big looking when he came on?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. So it's a golden opportunity. We love very much, and so it's a professional tour as well. So invite you to India.
I would love to. Never been there.
Wow. Hollywood is big in India.
Yes.
It's
So will they sponsor you out
I'd like
here?
to invite you, but not now because of the COVID thing. Maybe once the COVID is over, then you can come.
Yeah, right now you can't get in, but once
Yes,
you
yes,
get in,
yes, yes, yes.
Robert, they'll roll out the big
Yes,
red
yes.
carpet. All you have to do is
Somebody pick me up at the airport.
here's the key for you getting 1.3 billion people watching your show. All you have to do is say these 3 words: I am a Hollywood producer. Ah, 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 and they roll out the red carpet for some
Yeah.
reason. It's true. It's true. All you goes, I'm a Hollywood producer, do this, and you're right on in, and you run clean programming, which is what they actually like over there. Totally different. You know, you'd think it would, whatever they say over in Hollywood, don't listen to those people. They don't know what they're doing. Go listen to people actually do it, which are over there.
I'll tell you what we are doing in India. We are doing a social experiment. So, what are the good movies in India? We are dubbing it in Chinese, Mandarin, and then releasing in China.
Yeah.
So we are earning almost 100 times more in China what we used to earn in India about a single movie.
Anki, what's your profession in India?
I am a technology guy basically. I have a tech company, and then I am a board of advisors on IBM, and so I do a lot of work on business and technology.
So you work for IBM in business and technology, but you have a separate company?
Yeah.
That does entertainment?
No, so we do business technology consulting. We, develop products and we develop softwares, websites, mobile apps, and other technology stuff for clients across the world. That's what we do.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. We're tech people. We're not.
So I have a director's mind basically because
okay, you're talking to all tech people. You're not talking to Hollywood people.
I was an engineer for 34
Yeah.
years. I was an engineer and helped design the high-speed backbone that we use today. I was the lead engineer.
Yeah, and Mohammed runs pharmaceutical. Alexandra does chess around the world. I mean, we're not Hollywood people. That's not who we are. So whatever goes on there is.
So Robert, I hope you have seen Slumdog Millionaire.
I have. Recently, I saw it about 6 months ago. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
So the village we were showing that movie. Arabi is one of the biggest slum in the world.
Oh, you're freezing, Ankit.
So million people live in that slum.
Uh-oh.
It looks like he's having some bandwidth issues. It may be because it's later on over here and there's something out.
Just barely. You're coming in better.
Yeah, you're coming in better now. You just had some bandwidth issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and it might be because we're getting later here in the United States. We start sucking a lot of bandwidth. More and more people are online, and we've noticed we've had some bandwidth issues.
Everybody's watching Netflix right now. Everybody's on Netflix, so that's why the bandwidth issue is there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what we're doing, Robert, is every Tuesday we're doing entertainers and celebrities and stuff like that. Usually our programming is CEOs and tech people. Like tomorrow, all we're doing is running tech companies. We don't run Hollywood people. It's like that's way over there somewhere. But there is an intersection between Hollywood and technology. In other words, it's distribution points. It's just like what we're doing now. We actually break it down into segments. You won't even know that, but it's broken down into segments and then distributed to internet groups that actually like to listen to that particular segment. Okay, and that's the way to do it in the future because now you're targeting your audience direct as opposed to mass scanning to an audience that may not be interested in what you're even talking about. So technology can have a big impact on what we're doing. And we run what they call a rolling program. No one ever does that. In other words, if you say, well, I'm tired, you want to beam out, you beam out. And we've got other people backstage who beam in. So we beam in and out all the time. It's just a different.
We call it pod TV.
It's pod TV. It's just a little different.
We're able to kind of give you that TV feeling with the banners and tickets, and we can make things zoom in and out, share screens.
And the time zones can be challenging because like Willie had to leave, but it's 2 or 3 in the morning in Australia right now, where Ankit is still here because but it's late in India. We're running prime time in India. What time is it over there, Ankit?
11:42 p.m.
It's 11:42 p.m. You see, we get a little late in India, so it's kind of
So we can kind of share screens. I share this a lot because this is the way our world is coming. Babies now have shields put over their face.
Yeah.
I see this as the science fiction movies coming true, like Star Wars, where we're going to be wearing suits. I think science fiction designed our clothing way back then, but anyway, just to give you an idea, we can share screens. We can make this a full screen and play videos. So there's just so much movement you can make happen, which it makes it nice. Nick and I reduce the cost of $1,000 a minute at a production studio to maybe $1,000 per show, depending on how long the show runs and how many people you need to work with you. It's actually less, but we need to start paying people. So.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll like what we can do is, like I said, we broadcast internationally, and maybe we'd love to have you back when you have some time and talk about your projects and what you're doing, and so we can promote something that I think
distribute your movies, and maybe we can make.
Well, he's got a 2-year contract with Netflix, but once he's done, we're going to try to pick up the contract.
Maybe he doesn't tell us the next movie, but no, what I'm telling
we'll
you,
promote whatever you're doing. It doesn't matter, for us. So whatever project you're doing, we have no problem promoting.
But we'll help promote clean. Yeah. But maybe we build our own network world for movies that are good, wholesome, clean.
Well, that's what we're working on in terms of that. But we're going to be very selective in what we put on IBM TV because we can't have some of the stuff that Hollywood produces. It would reflect bad on the name of IBM, which works internationally. So
I do have a question for Robert. Given that it's so inexpensive for you to produce, do you raise money to do your movies now, or you pretty much just manage it yourself?
I've done it both ways. It depends on the movie. Depends on who's out there that's interested. Sometimes we have people that have seen the movie and said, "Hey, I like what you're doing. I want to invest in it." And then sometimes it's just a quiet period and we'll do it ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about doing like a mini series for TV or something like that?
I have, but one thing I've learned in this over the years, if you want to be really good at something, focus like a laser on it. Mm-hmm. I could 20 different projects at once, and I could be all over the place, and I could be hustling to pitch movies and selling spec scripts. And what you get is watered down. And I've just learned, where I'm at my most effective is doing one project at a time and building a library.
Wow.
And Robert, when you start thinking about a movie, do you first focus on the commercial aspects of it, or do you focus on the storyline? Because people have both the things going on. Because people make it for money, and some make for passion, and then they'll get some returns out of it.
It's a great question, and I've learned over the years to do it all at once. Before I used to just write it and hope, but now when I'm writing, I'm thinking, okay, what's my audience? How can I sell to them? What actors can I attract to this? How am I going to sell this when it gets done? Who's my prime audience? How will I play the role? All that stuff. And so I think of everything as I move forward. And I also think about production too. When I'm writing, I don't put things, here's a scene in front of the Eiffel Tower. Okay, that looks great on paper, but go try and get that production value. I try and do things that I know we can shoot economically, still have entertainment value, and get the job done at a good price.
Okay. And what's the average timeline for a movie when you start writing
your film?
The idea time until the time the movie releases? What's the average timeline?
Are you talking from the act? Well, let me answer this way. I'm starting now writing it, and it'll probably be by the time we're actually in a movie theater or distributing, it'll probably be 2 years. From the time I start filming it, it's probably about 2 to 3 weeks to film it, 6 months to do post-production, and then we're done. And then it's a year plus of actual distribution work.
Do you do a lot of your own post-production work?
Yeah. Because it's like anything else. You raise this film, and you're not going to at the end just turn it over to someone and go, "Hey, I hope you edited it good." I mean, I'm there.
I agree.
I'm in the editing room worrying about every frame of the film. I think about everything.
Wow. That is such a development.
When are you releasing?
So sorry?
Yeah, when are you releasing Marriage Made in Heaven?
We'll say, well,
Your film, upcoming film.
It's called
Marriage Made in Heaven.
Marriage Made in Heaven. That's the tentative title. And again, I'm to what you were saying before. Commercially, you're thinking right from the beginning. You think about that title. What does that title tell you? It tells you romance, marriage made in heaven. Tells you heaven. The word heaven gives you some idea that it's a faith-based good film. It doesn't sound like a heavy film. It sounds like it'd be an entertaining film. So you're thinking about all that stuff from the get-go. What is the message you're sending?
So you're promoting within America?
It'll be filmed.
Are you promoting this film in America or outside America? Will you be going there? I mean, outside the America to promote this film?
When that film's done, we'll be promoting it all around the world.
Wow. So let me ask you a question about monetizing. Do you ever do product placement in your movies? Have you ever had a sponsor for that?
We did our first one. It's not something I go out and seek, but if it's something that I know that it would be a good fit, I would do it.
Okay. Because, you never know. Nike did it many times and maybe many places. What would be cool is we're talking about when this is over, we're all going to get together. We're going to go visit Sasha, and then we're going to go maybe do a movie storyline on this. But I want to wrap it up with a big wedding in India, because India has the biggest, most beautiful weddings ever, right? A whole week long of just one big, and we're not getting married yet. We're going to find somebody to get married, and we're just going to say we're doing a wedding party.
Kim, the best part would be if we can promote Robert's movie on that big fat wedding in India.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We can do the big wedding party and have marriage made in heaven there.
It'll be big in India, no question about it. They spend like $100,000 for their weddings.
How would you promote something in India?
I get you.
How do you promote something in India?
Have a party.
So we do a lot of events on different cities, and then we have a lot of followers of these good actors, basically great actors in India. Yeah. So they do on their social media, they do on one-on-one event in each city. So in India, if you start visiting the city, we have 25 states and more than 500 cities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's
call somebody like Ann Kit, and you get.
And also, if I release a movie, basically, if I do a movie, I can easily, have around 10,000 of audience for my movie. No one knows me, but still, I can easily have 10,000 people following me. So, because of the population thing and because of that's what you said, the audience factor, we can do it.
Yeah, it's a big demographic.
You got to take a picture because my friend works for IBM. So he's going to be so impressed that I did this because I didn't. And he loves. He's been with IBM for probably 20. My friend Brian Fredette.
Okay.
So I'm going to score some big points now.
Yeah, and IBM is very big over in India. It's a like I said, it's a big country, big demographic. So don't ignore the Asian subcontinent.
I love it.
People,
good to go there too.
Yeah, but we'll be more than happy to help you. So once you get your trailers, if you get any promotional material for your upcoming movie, we'll start promoting on IBM TV. And like I say, we do go worldwide on our distribution. People that show up from the Philippines, Mexico. We even had a Bollywood producer on earlier today, but we just go on a worldwide basis.
Yeah, I think I wanted to try to connect the two and introduce you, but maybe we can have both of you on our show again.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do. I'm going to have to go. I'm running a little bit late.
Our day has come to an end.
Yeah, but we certainly appreciate you showing up. And like I said, the Hollywood producer, the Bollywood people roll out the red carpet for. So, that's all you have to do is say that. And we love your movie, and hopefully we'll be able to continue promoting it until you say, we don't want us to promote it anymore. You have to be people watching it.
Great.
So,
That's great. But also, we got our ambassador of new social media at Manners. If you give a second just to watch her, she's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay?
Beautiful. I love it.
New social manners.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank
All
you.
right, everyone.
All right.
We'll
See you.
Nice meeting all of you.
Good seeing you. All right. Thanks, Robert. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
All right. That's right. And I guess it's a wrap.
Take care.